Good afternoon. I'd like to call the August 11th Select Board meeting to order. This is a hybrid meeting with the Select Board in person, and anybody who wishes to participate remotely can do so by clicking on the links or dialing the phone number that's available on our website. So this meeting is going to start by moving into executive session, and we'll resume the meeting when that is concluded.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we go into executive session to discuss strategy with respect to litigation, and that you declare that an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigation position of the body, and then we reconvene in open session.
And I do declare separately that an open meeting may have detrimental effect on the litigating position of the body.
And I'll second that motion.
All in favor, say aye.
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 I think
You
by
have
roll
to roll
call.
call it.
You're okay,
Oh,
roll call?
sorry.
Mark?
Aye, Mark Matheson.
Aye, Andrea Reed.
Aye, Kevin Galligan.
And I'm F. Runyon, 4-0. So we are now in executive session. Evening, give us a minute or two while people,
Did you vote to go out of executive session?
Yes.
We just did.
Yep.
Yep. Always good to check, Mike.
and we just have a brief report that will be given to everybody by our town council, Mike Ford. Just for the record, this meeting is going on. So we have one little piece of public business to conclude with the executive session, and I'll turn it over to you, Mike Ford, for just a brief statement.
Sure. I met with the board in executive session to discuss the case of Be Well versus the town of Orleans. And we can report that the trial judge in the case denied the plaintiff Be Well's request for a preliminary injunction against the town, seeking to enjoin them. They were seeking to enjoin the town from negotiating and executing host community agreements with those that the board chose to award marijuana establishments to. So the judge has denied that request, and that was discussed with the Board of Selectmen.
Thank you, Mike.
Good night. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
So next on the agenda is the continuation of the public hearing for the Barley Neck Inn show cause. And before we get going, I just want to maybe structure this time a little bit. The continuation was made to give the operators of the Barley Neck and the neighbors a 2-week chance to see what could be agreed upon, or what kind of experience could be found, whatever middle ground could be found. So for tonight's meeting, we're going to restrict ourselves to what's going on in the last 2 weeks. We're not going to reopen all the comments and arguments one way or the other. It's just simply what has happened in those 2 weeks. And maybe a good place to start would be, Chief, with you.
Good evening. If it pleases the board, Deputy Chief Diamond has done all the legwork on this issue, and I'd ask him to come up and
Sure.
give you a summary.
Please.
Good evening. So after the hearing 2 weeks ago, I made a point to go out to the Barley Neck Inn on the 30th to go around to the various locations and meet with the staff of the Barley Neck. Was kind enough to show me their sound system and the way that they operated and did business, and what steps they had taken and were planning on taking in the next 2 weeks to come. During my visit there, I did go across the street to one of the condo complexes where in the vicinity of an abutter, and I was able to hear music at times. And I stress at times because I'm not here to tell you one way or the other whether it was reasonable or not. I can tell you I did hear it. When traffic passed, there were times I did not hear it. And then there was times when it was still and I could hear it. I also met with the employees there and the manager. They showed me how they were controlling the speakers, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that they are not using the lawn speakers at the current moment, and if I am wrong, they can correct me on that. They were relying on the band's amplification that they had, and these were smaller type bands. I listened to that. I was there for about an hour. I did meet with a couple of the abutters to discuss some of their concerns as far as the noise was concerned, and there seemed to be some that weren't as concerned with the noise and others that still were. But I don't want to speak for them. If they have comments, they can make that. I then returned the following week on the 6th, and I met with one abutter specifically, a similar type of situation where I was allowed inside the residence. I was able to listen to the music, and it was very similar. There were times that I could hear it, And then there were other times I could not. And again, there was times that I was speaking with the abutter like we are right now, and in the normal course of conversation, I couldn't hear any music. When traffic would go by, I wasn't able to hear any music, and then there was times that I could. I do not for one second believe that the volume was being adjusted one way or the other. I don't know, I'm no sound expert, I don't know if the atmospheric conditions or what was doing it. But again, not to beat a dead horse, there were times I could hear it, and there were other times that I could not in the same night. That night, I was there for about 2 hours. I did meet with the staff as well. I did note that the Barley Inn had constructed, I do not know what it's called, but it was almost like a sound barrier type of plastic with some 2x4s that they were looking to try to channel or direction the sound away from the area. To me, it seems like the abutters are all in one specific area where the sound is going versus the other side of the street. I'm not aware of any complaints that have come in from that side of the street. And then on the 7th, the night afterwards, I did get a phone call from one of the abutters that left me a voicemail around 8 o'clock that night, which would have been Saturday night, stating that the music that night was louder than the previous night. I was not there. I can't speak to that. I can only tell you I did receive a voicemail, and that's what it said. And that's pretty much what I found there. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Sean, could you just clarify that you were in the person's house and you could hear the music inside with windows closed?
This one specific abutter, he did, or they did allow me inside the residence, and there was times inside that I could hear it. And when I say hear it, it was faint. There was no, other than the best way I can equate it to is if you had somebody in another room playing a radio, or if there was a TV on, similar to that level, but it was audible. And then there were times that within the same time frame that I could not hear it. So it was intermittent. And again, I don't believe that they were, and they could tell me better than anybody, I don't believe they were controlling the volume, turning it up or down. I just think it's the way either the atmospheric conditions, maybe the traffic played a role, but again, it was intermittent. There were times I heard it, and there was times I did not.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Sean.
Okay, thank you.
So we are interested in any other observations that people might have over what has happened in the last 2 weeks? Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Vince Olivier, and I live over on Great Oak Road. Former planning board member, and I'm familiar with Town of Orleans regulations, specifically 164, which is zoning regulations. I sent the board, through Mr. Kelly, the following letter, and I would like to refer to that, if I may. I said, please share this with the select board. I noticed the zoning regulations of the town. Rural business districts prohibit the use of restaurants with alcohol and entertainment. I assume Barley Neck Inn has been operating under a pre-existing non-conforming use, having been a restaurant for several decades and by several owners. My recollection is that business as usual during that particular period of operation. However, alcohol and entertainment part of the operation history has been within the building of the operation. The use of the exterior of the building for activities that are traditionally reserved and licensed for the inside of the building would be an extension of the nonconformity of a prohibited use. So did I say that right? An extension of the nonconformity of a prohibited use. The owners of the property and business should have applied to the Zoning Board of Appeals to seek permission to extend the nonconformity of use. Outdoor entertainment and serving alcohol outside is not allowed in a situation as of zoning and use. We could not, you could think of this as any restaurant seeking additional seating on a new outdoor patio. Uptown, in the general business district. That's where it's allowed, that's where it belongs. Rural business districts prohibit the use of this, and for good reason, because it is a nuisance generating business that is not suitable for a rural business area and the nearby residences in both the rural business district and the residential district. Now that the Select Board and the town are no longer restrained by the town COVID rules and regulations, and the generosity of the townspeople have been improperly extended, is my belief, and I strongly recommend that you cease the outdoor use of the Barley Neck property for outdoor entertainment and recreation. I'm sure Mr. Kelly or George, if he's here, may have something to update us all in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Vince.
A couple things. One, with respect to the liquor license, the Barley Neck Inn has for many years had what they refer to as a all-alcoholic inn holder's license. And with an alcohol license, the premises must be described in the license, and that's the location on the property where alcohol can be sold and consumed. And we looked at the description 2 weeks ago, prior to the hearing. The entire property, including the building and all the grounds, are described as the premises upon which liquor is able to be sold and consumed. So the outdoor area is part of the licensed premises. So that's one issue. So the outdoor issue with regard to consuming alcohol, I don't believe is a zoning issue. Second of all, George Meserve did respond to me this afternoon, and let me just read what he said to Mr. Olivier's request for review. Now, he's not the zoning enforcement officer. He's the community development. He's our town planner. So just to follow up, the schedule of use regulations, that's in our zoning bylaw. It tells you what is permitted, not permitted, and what you need zoning relief for. The schedule of use regulations does not differentiate between indoor and outdoor entertainment. It's his understanding that entertainment has taken place at the Barley Neck Inn for many years, so the use would be a pre-existing use of the premises. It would be difficult under the bylaw to find that the use of the property for entertainment is a zoning violation. The zoning enforcement officer, who is our building commissioner, can make a definitive finding if requested, but he wasn't able to make that determination for this afternoon. So my recommendation to the board, following the season when this license would otherwise expire, prior to any consideration for a new license for next year, the board should request a determination from the building commissioner as to whether or not a pre-existing non-conforming use as a restaurant in a rural business district that has an entertainment license and has had one for years, if that's considered an expansion of the pre-existing use requiring zoning approval. And similar to what you did with Ted's Garage, it's a question of whether or not that use is permitted there. With that determination, depending on how it comes down, that determination can be appealed to the Zoning Board of Appeals. So I think that would be prudent for the board to do that now that the question has been raised. But certainly I don't see you having that before you tonight with respect to your show cause hearing. That was not the reason for the show cause hearing.
Mr. Chair, can I
Go ahead,
add one
Andrea.
thing for us to keep in mind when we get to that work? The same way that we are looking at nodes of activity, I think Vince raises a very valuable point. The cultural district, which we are all part of and runs from bay to ocean, would also urge us to look at centers of activity of certain kinds of activity, like outdoor performances. And I think that has to be factored into because of the impacts on neighbors. And the rural business district is, from our planning board experience, a very different animal. And the idea of nuisance, one of the abutters had talked to me, has not acted yet, but he believes that there is legal standing because of that regulation to sue the town if we do not police ourselves on this issue.
Well, I think, again, Andrea, I think your question about the cultural district is a second question, that zoning is the underlying rules of the town with respect to what can be conducted where. So anytime the town is going to look to expand things in terms of a cultural district or otherwise, we have to look at the underlying zoning, we have to define the areas that these are going to occur, and make sure you have a determination from the building commissioner, as your zoning enforcement officer, whether they can be done or not. So in this case, though, the situation is whether or not the Barley Neck under zoning can have outdoor entertainment. So that's the issue that is being raised now, I'm suggesting you set that issue aside, you deal with the show cause hearing.
Yes.
And that if there's an application for, at the time of the annual licensing, which would be November, they go out, they would have to apply, December is when we deal with the annual license renewals, that you ask the building commissioner at the appropriate time when this hearing is concluded or otherwise, for a determination as to the question of outdoor entertainment at the Barley Neck Inn, prospectively.
I guess, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
What I'd like to do is see us flip the question on its head and say, if we are growing this community for outdoor performance, when you go for an entertainment license, what attenuation, what changes do you need to make to transition from a restaurant venue to outdoor entertainment in terms of the venue itself is now an entertainment venue, not a restaurant venue? And so do you need to provide, under that entertainment license, adaptations in your facility that the same way you control runoff water from your neighbor's property, that control sound in a more sophisticated way than we've ever done? Because for economic development, we want to encourage this. We want this to happen, but not at the expense of the peace of the community.
I understand. I'm not sure. We're here for a
It's
hearing.
not tonight,
Right.
but we're being
should-
mindful of what we're learning tonight
But,
for our future
But
consideration.
again, if your primary use is a restaurant,
Right.
you cannot change the use to a performing center without zoning relief. So just remember that.
Yes.
There's an
Yeah.
underlying
Yeah.
rule here
I
that
got
we're
it.
talking about a
So-
zoning issue.
So in the interest of time.
Yes.
Yes.
let's,
Yes.
And so the public hearing is still open, and anybody who would like to speak to the last 2 weeks is cordially.
Can you hear me on Zoom?
Okay, and actually, we can hear you better than we could 2 weeks ago. So could you just identify yourself?
Yes, Steve Schenfeld. I'm in a butter.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I appreciate that Officer Diamond came out, and as he mentioned, he visited my property. I believe it was Friday night, and he could hear the music intermittently inside my house. That was a night the Barley Neck had also been informed that he would be attending, be visiting our property. That was also the evening where there was, I believe it was just a singer and a guitar. The next evening it was louder, and then Sunday it was even louder, and it was back to feeling the bass.
Mr. Schenfeld, I hate to ask you this, but can you shout? I mean, we're having a very hard time hearing you.
Can I, if I call in, will it be better? Because I just have a few.
No, I think that if you could just try to speak up as loud as you can. We can hear you if we really try.
Okay, can you hear, how's this volume?
We can hear you.
Okay, it's pretty ironic, right? Okay, so the point is, Officer Diamond visited my house. The performer that night was, I believe, just a singer and a guitar. It was one of the softest nights ever. It was also the evening that Barley Neck had been informed he would be visiting. So have you heard that?
Yes.
Okay. The next evening, it was louder. And Sunday, it was much louder, and I could feel, again, I'm not being hyperbolic, and I'm really uncomfortable with being constantly, by the respondents who are in support of music. We're all in support of music. This is not hyperbolic. On Sunday evening, I could feel the bass and drums inside my house. There was a thudding sound, almost like a constant, repetitive thud. I'm not going to use pejorative language to describe it, because again, I'll be, characterized as something I'm not. But you can understand where I'm going with that. And so I called Rich. He acknowledged that maybe the bass was loud. He turned it down, but after 40 minutes, I left my property. So therein lies the issue. What are we here to solve, right, as Andrea was also going to? The volume is unregulated, and it is often disruptive to the abutters. That's what we're saying. It has nothing to do with the continuance of music at the Barley Neck. Barley Neck has chosen, again, to leverage social media to change the narrative, okay? That a few abutters are trying to take away the music. They did it again. They've generated dozens of replies, okay, which has intimidated some of my other abutters who did not join tonight. Am I still being heard clearly?
Yes.
I just want to make sure. Okay. That is a bullying tactic instead of working on compromise and cooperation. I walked across the street Sunday night. I saw the kick drum and the bass guitar. I walked around numerous times. The volume was substantial there. It crossed my mind, what if the Barley Neck went acoustic a couple of nights? I guarantee you it would still be heard, especially when there were drums and bass, an acoustic bass. Maybe you mic the vocals. Again, we're not here to design the future Barley Neck outdoor amphitheater. But all I'm asking for, and all I've ever been asking for from the beginning, and my abutters, right, my neighboring abutters who felt the same thing, is to somehow monitor that volume, somehow bring it down, and again, it was Sunday evening, was back to similar levels. And the fact that Officer Diamond could hear it at 400 feet away inside when it was that low, I think speaks to, hopefully I'm being believed, that it was much louder. So that was my point. You know, I feel again that the compromise and cooperation desire is there from the abutters. The Barley Neck, again, characterized it as hating music, wanting to take away the music. And therefore, I don't know how we can work with BNI, as you suggested at the beginning of the meeting. There needs to be an objective third party. There needs to be standards in place, and we can absolutely live in harmony with that. And I you know, that's what I wanted to say. I wanted to make sure that we were heard for what we're trying to achieve here.
Thank you, Mr. Schoenfeld. We did hear you. In terms of the public hearing, anybody else who wants to talk about the last 2 weeks, please come up.
Way down. Okay. Judy Trevison. I live on Doan Road in East Orleans. I've been following this, and I feel strongly that I don't want to see any businesses closed. We don't need any more empty spots. But I'm also a Libra, so I believe in fairness. And so Sunday night, the same night I believe this gentleman is talking about, I drove down. And I parked across the street where that used to be a physical therapy place. They have some shops or something in there. And I just sat and decided, okay, I think I'll just leave my windows up. Could I hear the music? I could, but it was faint. Then I rolled the windows down and I listened. I could hear it. It wasn't like if I was in a room, it was shaking the walls. I could hear it, but it wasn't loud. So then I decided maybe I should give this some time. So I drove down Barley Neck and waited a while and turned around and came back. And then I drove up very slowly up this road on the other side of the Barley Neck so I could try and hear it there. Could not hear it. So then I thought, is it a matter of timing? But I waited there for a while, and I didn't hear it on that side. So I drove back around, drove back in the parking lot. What I heard was music, but it wasn't loud. And I don't know if they've changed anything. All I know is that's what happened for me on Sunday night.
Thank you.
You do have someone on Zoom.
Mia, you have somebody else out there?
Yep, Laura.
Okay. Bring her in.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Laura, but try to keep speaking up if you can.
I'll try. It's your friendly neighborhood nurse on her way home from work. And so I missed what Steve said. So forgive me if I repeat myself or what he said. But to me, the biggest thing has been the attitude of the Barley Neck Inn management, that from the very beginning, the actions of creating the us versus them scenario, that the neighbors are trying to take things away from them, take away the music, which is, again, I implored all of you, reminded you at the last meeting that that is not ever what we have intended. All we've asked is for them to run a responsible and safe cooperative business, and they continually make excuses and continually blame the neighbors. Last Friday, I met with Sergeant Diamond outside of the restaurant, and we were talking, and as we were standing there talking, a woman who was just at the music came up and said, "Oh, why are you talking to him? Why are you talking to the police? Is it because of them?" And she made a little movement with her thumb and pointed directly at my house. And I said, "What do you mean by that? What do you mean? Are you talking about them?" And then she kind of got freaky and didn't answer me. So who's filling these people's heads with the idea that the neighbors are trying to take away stuff? I can't stand the dishonesty, the hostility, and the aggression that they have shown towards the neighbors. They are not being neighborly. I don't want to take the music away. I'm not trying to take the music away. But don't be disingenuous and pretend they're trying to cooperate. The only time they ever invited us over was after the last meeting. No one has ever tried to make anything right with all their complicated speakers. And another thing, the other night with a wedding party, a late wedding party, with 2 giant tour buses running at full volume with the engines running and all their lights on until nearly midnight, right outside on the road. Totally inexcusable. I didn't see them making any efforts to stop that noise. So that's just all I have to say. Their attitude of pitting the neighbors and falsely claiming that we're trying to take their music away has made me feel unsafe as a neighbor. It makes me feel unsafe that I was in the meeting where people could see me on TV and see me in the store, and I'm being branded as some kind of music hater trying to ruin their business. That's my biggest problem. So that's it.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else out there?
No raised hands.
Got somebody in the back.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Larry Squire, and I apologize to start that we weren't able to attend the hearing a couple of weeks ago, so if I repeat something, I apologize, but I'll be quick. My wife and I live about half a mile down on Holly Lane, and a couple of years ago when there was music, we could hear it when we were outside. It was never objectionable, but we could hear it. Since that time, we don't hear it, and frankly, miss it, especially on a nice summer night. We have been there probably 1 to 2 times every couple of weeks and have never found it objectionable or any pounding or head-banging music. And matter of fact, it may be the advanced age, but we have to pay attention to make sure we hear everything. Matt is frequently outside monitoring whatever he has to monitor, which I'm sure includes the noise level. For years, Orleans has been trying to encourage outside venues and outside music and reasons for residents and guests to our town to come to Orleans. And examples of some of the efforts for the downtown music, the Nauset Beach concerts, the Orleans Firebird is a great example of outside entertainment, and frankly, I don't think we have enough of it in town. And here's an example, a small example of us doing that. And now, what are we going to do? We shut down some of the other events that are going on because a relatively few number of people have a problem with it. I have no personal stake in this at all. I just, we've been pretty much lifelong residents of Orleans, and when we drive down Main Street and see the iconic building and see it as well kept up as it is, and it's a real asset to the town. And for, I think it's a little over 1.5% of the total hours in a year that there may be a bit of an issue. It would be a real shame to impact a business that stayed open year-round, employed local people, younger people, and I think is doing a fantastic job in East Orleans. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Again, we're only interested in what's happened the last 2 weeks. And if anybody would like to speak to that,
I apologize.
that, you're forgiven. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Once again, Tom Monahan, live in Brewster. I'm the property manager at Ocean Edge, and I had several comments, but I'll try and keep it exactly to the last 2 weeks, okay?
Yes.
So I just wanted to make an observation that I've had recently several conversations with Donna Kalanick, who is the Assistant Town Administrator for Brewster, because at Ocean Edge, we deal with these problems, as I've suggested before, all the time. Our discussions involve situations at Ocean Edge that are very similar to what we're just debating on here tonight. Noise, coexisting in a multi-use, multi-zoned environment. Brewster has the same noise ordinance that Orleans does, an ordinance that is, by all accounts, hopelessly outdated, largely unenforceable due to the inherent subjectivity and the arbitrariness of enforcement. Donna suggested to me that the ordinances were actually written in the mid-'60s, updated in the mid-'80s. That, she's speaking about Orleans, okay? Recognizing the antiquated nature of these ordinances and the lack of objective enforceability, Brewster will soon be moving to consideration or revision and updates of these relics of a different time. Although Orleans is not Brewster, Mr. Hartman of the Orleans Planning Board has spoken on a couple of occasions, and members of this very select board have also acknowledged a similar need in Orleans to revisit these standards. My next question, it's actually a question for the board. You asked about the last 2 weeks. I've been on the town's website, and I've been on the town's website since this hearing episode began, and by my count, since the hearing was continued, there were 2 complaints and 27 letters in support of what the Barley Neck is doing. I also heard that there are another cache of letters that did not make the town's website. I'm curious about the count of letters in support, including, I believe, several that were written by additional abutters to the Barley Neck Inn in support. So I guess my question goes, given the objective fact and the undeniable support that the Barley Neck Inn has and continues to receive from the broader community, not just Orleans, but the consumers of what Orleans has to offer, allowing a few abutters who have shown little interest in compromise because their attitude is no music. They can suggest otherwise, but their attitude is no, stop it, don't amplify it, don't have it, drive it back indoors, by the way, because COVID is over, an interesting concept. If you allow these people to carry the day, doesn't this resist dissolving into some kind of a farce when Orleans has much bigger issues to address, as you've all acknowledged, in a cultural district, having a way to coexist between residents and commercial businesses? If their efforts to dictate terms here are successful, which we just recently heard again after Deputy Chief suggested that this is intermittent at best, although the complainant would argue that the venture was given a heads up on that day. I don't know if that's true or not, but maybe we have to accept that. I wonder what the next target would be.
But I'm really trying to narrow this down to what is going on in the last 2 weeks, not general observations about.
In the last 2 weeks, those people who have gone to the venue and experienced the venue have suggested not this loud, obnoxious, earth-shattering music. And, oh, by the way, the venue erected a rather ugly but intentionally designed, screened to protect the interests of the neighbors, only to protect the interests of the neighbors. That was among many things they've done. They've changed the sound. They continue to work with the community. They responded to the police. That's what's been done in the last 2 weeks. And I guess my final question is, can the Select Board account for the responses of the community? You have a tally of people that have
I
replied
can
in the
just say
last 2
something.
weeks.
This is not a popularity contest
No,
or
I-
a vote,
I'm
and so
just-
we're not going to get that count.
Okay,
Yeah,
fair
anybody is
enough.
free
I'm
to do
just
that.
asking if you're asking what's in the better interest of the town, isn't the town speaking? It seems to me the town is speaking, and people speak with their feet.
Thank you. So, to the last 2 weeks?
Try to keep it to the last 2 weeks. Pick up at the last meeting, I just want to clarify one point.
Could he identify himself?
Sorry, Richard Catania, I'm the Director of Operations at the Barley Neck. It was suggested at the last meeting, it sort of came across that we were still trying to work this out and we hadn't done anything yet, and I just wanted to clarify, we had done a lot. We had purchased an expensive speaker system, we calibrated the speakers, we screened the bands, we installed the volume control, and since then, we've gone to the next level, and these are some of the things we've done since 2 weeks ago. We abandoned the very expensive speaker system, which was sort of focusing it all back in the middle, in an attempt to just focus the music away from Beach Road, which seems to be the hot spot. We reviewed all future bookings, Bruce has done that, and replaced potentially louder bands with quieter ones. That we've done. We've constructed a sound wall. This is an experimental, temporary thing, and it actually proved that it makes a difference. It's all it does. It's a very simple concept. It just deflects from right next to the band back towards the people, away from Beach Road. It's a very rudimentary, eyesore sound wall that will be replaced, if we're granted to continue, with a more permanent, better-looking, more substantial one that we can control. So we're trying. We instructed all the bands to not amplify their bass at all. That means foot pedals, bass guitars, and that makes a difference, almost to a fault. We've continued to take hourly decibel readings at the street and on the lawn. We've opened a direct line of communication for all of our close neighbors. Some have used it, some have chosen not to. Actually, only one has chosen to use it. That was at your recommendation. I'm the liaison. I reached out to all of them. I said, let's talk. Let me hear your complaints. Let's see what we can do about this. I've actually only had communication with one person. We've invited the neighbors and the Select Board to come and experience this to see what you really think. Have any of you come and listened since then? Since 2 weeks ago? You made it. Okay. It's just sort of like, you know, it gives it a better perspective to actually experience it. We met on the site with the police department twice, as you now know. At the last meeting, there were some parking complaints lodged, which for some reason caused the Select Board to combine the two issues together. Parking issues have been a summer occurrence for the last 50 years in the summer in Orleans. I don't think the two should be lumped together, and we ask that you consider keeping them separate, because the Live on the Lawn series does not affect the parking. The parking is what it is. It's been an issue. We explained at the last meeting that we can address it with valet parking. It's hard enough to get staff to work in the restaurant. It's almost impossible, but we're trying. Toward the end of the meeting, somebody held up 13 complaint letters and said, we have 13 complaints, and this is evidence. And the local papers picked up on it as if there were 13 neighbors complaining. Reality is 11 of the 13 were from 2 people. And I don't know how complaint letters can be construed as evidence. To me, their opinion, and they're subjective, as you suggested at the last meeting. However, to me, the evidence is the police have been called 6 times, including 4th of July at 6:30, and not once have they deemed it loud enough to ask us to turn it down or to stop it. To me, that's evidence. That was not included at all in the packet or on the town website. So, to me, that is evidence. We feel we've done everything asked within reason. We continue to listen to any and all suggestions. We've only asked to be allowed to offer free live music for 4 nights from 5 to 8, soon to be 7:30, 3 months of the year. Seems like a reasonable request, considering we're in the cultural district of Orleans. On the other hand, we are not delivering wall-shaking, painfully and dangerously loud volume, as is suggested in some of the complaint letters. That is just not true, and that is disingenuous. I haven't heard anyone else say my walls were shaking or vibrating. It just is impossible. When you arrive at the intersection of Beach Road and Barley Neck, you're greeted with a sign, "Welcome to the Orleans Cultural District," directly in front of the property where we're discussing doing away with music. Seems like a possible conflict of interest. Harwich allows music till 9 in their cultural district. If we shut this down, and the guests who want this will simply travel to Harwich with their spending money, I'm not sure that's good for any of us, but that is what will happen. They offer till 9 p.m. in the whole district from quite a few venues, so I just mentioned that. I reiterate, this is free music series in the Orleans district. It's enjoyed by thousands over the course of the summer, and it'd be a shame to shut it down, which may likely result in turning this tax-paying, job-providing, community gathering space into one more condominium complex, because that's a very real possibility. We ask that we be allowed to continue as is through September, ending at 7:30 p.m. I have one small statement to read. We did speak to counsel, and he said to read this, and I agree. Honorable members of the board, respectfully, the licensee requests that the board entertain a motion to continue tonight's public hearing. Reason being is we received over 60 letters since the public packet was shut off. We haven't had a chance to review them, nor have you. You have them now, according to Molly Bates. We think that's pretty important. We want to hear what they have to say. Nor has the licensee reviewed all 60. We have good reason to believe that those letters will be in support of our efforts to bring culture to our community. It would be a grave disservice to the public and a deprivation of our constitutional rights to due process for the board to proceed with tonight's hearing and take any adverse action without having first afforded the public and us a full and fair opportunity to review the additional letters which the board requested at the previous meeting by extending the public statements for 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Cardani, if you could stay because you asked the board some questions through the chair, I'd like to follow up and respond.
Sure.
And for any members of the public, if you sit in this chair, you take an oath to uphold the laws of the Commonwealth, the laws of the United States, including our local bylaws. Chapter 140 is the license provision of the state. Section 183A is what governs the reason we're here. When I took that oath, anytime I act on matters that come through statute, through us, I read every single line. And whether or not you wish to exclude parts of the law, I can't. And the law is pretty clear. I read it the last time we were together. I would also move to the point about the request that your counsel wants us to continue this. If you recall, at the end of our deliberation, you asked the question, what do you want us to do? I was one board member that said our packets get put together and issued for the public and us. I said we have no preferential review of everything that should be in the packet, including anything, including what you read from tonight, so we could have given it a full consideration. None of that came in. You provided nothing. You asked to see more comments. Until 4 o'clock tonight, I read every single public comment that was received. I can say that under oath. The other thing is, since you mentioned conflict of interest, and again, I hate to say this because the world we live in is so litigious, but your offer for us to come and visit included a conflict of interest violation that I instructed staff to immediately return to you. And not only would I have been in violation, I actually think you are. You even noted that in your letter to us. So
I noted that in what letter?
you indicated in the letter that was sent to, I know I received it, I don't know if the other board members,
Came from Matt Connolly.
Matt Connolly indicated, this may be a conflict of interest, but we might invite you here and here's, and I'm not going to say the amount of the gift certificate.
When I realized that none of you had visited the venue. and
That's your assumption,
and
sir.
No, I asked you at the last meeting, and none of you said yes. I assumed we only had 2 weeks, and it was just a way to possibly get you there. I understand the conflict of interest. But, I think it makes responsible sense to visit some of these venues. I'll cite one other example. At the last meeting, we were told we were the only ones who have outdoor music. We're the only ones who have an outdoor entertainment license. However, there is another place that actually has outdoor entertainment. They don't have a license for outdoor, but they're outdoors. And had anyone visited that venue, you'd know that. And I don't have a problem with that. But I think if you visit these venues, it might be an education.
Mr. Chair, one last question, if I could. So I have a Facebook post that was posted on August 10th at 11:32. Who is the ultimate person that approves what is posted on the Barley-Nick Insight? Who hits the post button?
Who hits the button or who approves what's going to be posted?
Both.
Well, Phil Ruggieri and myself approved that post.
Okay. And I would just take issue with the fact that you have put out to the world misinformation, including the reason for this meeting tonight is that we are seeking to severely limit or revoke your, that is not what we're here for.
What was said at the last meeting, there was not a single talk of continuing as is we need to revoke, alter, or unamplify it. And if you have a problem with us reaching out to the public, which is our right, I disagree.
That's not what I said.
You said, so
You're
tell me
saying,
where I'm incorrect?
You're saying we seek to severely limit or revoke your outdoor. That's not what we're here for.
Well, maybe I misinterpreted that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So just in the interest of finishing up with the public hearing portion here, is there anyone else?
You have someone on Zoom.
Okay, go ahead, Mia, send him in.
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you identify yourself, please, and keep speaking up?
My name is Steve Simon. I live at 24 Beach Road. I live within about 450 feet of the Barley Neck. And I just wanted to speak, can you hear me?
Yes.
And I just want to speak in support of the music and in the last 2 weeks, and I haven't been able to hear anything from my house. I did send a letter in on Saturday. I assume you got it, voicing my and my family's support. I think it's important that we support the local businesses and we foster a sense of community and we pull ourselves together. And this is a couple of nights a week. It's for 3 hours. It's going to go on for a couple of more weeks, and it's all done with. And I think we're making a grave mistake to allow a lot of acrimony and he said, she said stuff to come into this. I think it's pretty clear the great majority of the abutters or people that live within hearing distance are supportive. I understand that not everybody is, but we're never going to get everybody to agree on anything. And in the last 2 weeks, it's been impossible to hear anything in my backyard. And occasionally, weeks before that, you could hear something. But, I mean, I can put a 9-iron into the Barley-Neck parking lot from my house. So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I am Carl Trevison. I live on Doan Road in East Orleans. Regarding the last 2 weeks, one thing that I have not heard in the last 2 weeks is music from Nauset Beach. And for many years, we've had music weekly, I think on Mondays. And I say this because I'm sort of an abutter to that music. We're about a mile away from Nauset Beach. And it goes just about the way the music at the Barley Neck goes. Starts, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 o'clock, goes on until maybe 8 o'clock. And I don't find it objectionable. It's there, and I think that as a resident, a full-time resident, one of the things that we all have to keep in mind is that there is a myriad of entertainment available in this town, and that we live somewhere where a lot of people want to be. They want to come here, see the sharks, swim, listen to music, go to the beach, and lots of traffic, lots of activity. And I think if we start to limit these things, we start to limit what is available to people who come here. I think the music at the Barley Neck is nice, and I have also been by there in the last 2 weeks, and I don't live there, I understand that, but I just don't hear loud, obnoxious music. The other thing that I find with the music from Nauset Beach is that it varies. One night it's ballad music, one night it's bluegrass, another night it's rock and roll. And so that's going to kind of come with the territory, and maybe the people from the Barley Neck who run the Barley Neck can kind of even that out into a less obstructive sound. I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so let's take a motion.
I move that we close the public comment part of this hearing.
Second.
Motion to close the public hearing has been made and seconded. Any discussion? Then by vote, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
So the public hearing is closed, and that leaves, I guess, us to discuss.
So, yes, and just as you're discussing, remember, you took a vote 2 weeks ago already on a motion that was, that the board made by Andrea and seconded by Kevin, that you find that the license as granted has caused an unreasonable increase in the level of noise based on the written and oral evidence provided from the Select Board to the Select Board from May 17th to July 28th. So, as you discuss this, that motion is still on the record, so you should reconsider anything you wanted. What you ended up with was what you wanted to do to address the situation. And so those are, just to kind of put in perspective where you left off from 2 weeks ago.
Matt, can I ask a question of Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
John, given the other outdoor entertainment licenses that we currently have in town, I believe with Parish Park and with the, with Cho, are they for non-amplified music? Do you remember that we issued those licenses? Okay.
I think you asked me.
I'm pretty sure they are.
I think that was asked, and we brought that to the last meeting, that this is the only one for amplified music outdoors.
And do we have any complaints from any of the abutters of those license holders to date?
I'm not aware of any complaints.
Thank you.
I just made, when we talked about this 2 weeks ago.
I know, there's that problem with the definition.
Well, what I'm saying is that Cho and Parish Park, they may not have amplified in their license, but they amplify.
I
So,
understand.
It's, I think, not really going to pertain to what we're talking about here. So, discussion, anybody want to lead off? Go ahead, Mark.
So, you know, I wasn't able to attend the meeting 2 weeks ago, but everything that's gone on as I reviewed that meeting and read through all of the letters, new and old, and then listening to the discussion tonight, I have to say that I think people need to be heard. Many people have been heard. But as someone already mentioned, this is not a popularity contest. And, a lot of the conflicting testimony or remarks are subjective. They're not science-based. And that being the case, how do we resolve that? And so I come back to to one thing, in that the town has a responsibility here to, I think, propagate appropriate regulations that are fair and equitable to all involved, that are known and clearly understood, that are based on fact and science, not on just opinion, that are enforceable, so that we don't ask our police department or our licensing agents or enforcement officers to try and make some subjective decision on something. We don't have that. The onus is on us as a town to provide that, and I think it was Mr. Monahan maybe mentioned the fact that Bruce is looking at sitting down and revamping, revising, and bringing into the 21st century their regulations on these things. And we need to be doing the same thing. And I think absent having those appropriate, known, enforceable regulations in this town, how do we sit here in judgment on whether something's appropriate or not appropriate? You don't get a good outcome trying to do something like that. It doesn't lead to good business for the town. It doesn't lead to good relations among our residents and our businesses in the town government itself. You lose all the way around. So can we do something tonight that's going to make everybody happy? I would venture to guess no. This people are one way or the other going to be displeased. But we're 70 or 80% through this summer, looking at trying to accommodate businesses and residents. I would suggest that, what's been done in the last 2 weeks is certainly a step in the right direction, that the use of the sound wall and whatnot has made apparently some difference. But again, does the town have equipment to measure that and quantify whether it's significant or not? No, we don't. But we need to be doing things like that. I would suggest that we finish off the summer, that there's no onus on this board or the town to grant any licenses for next year that would allow for this venue to continue to operate. But, as we've also heard, and I think one of the most germane points to me was a letter that I don't think made it into the hearing 2 weeks ago, but a letter from Josh Stewart, one of our local residents, that spoke about going to Howard and seeing all the activity in the businesses and the people that were enjoying the activities in the town of Howard, and then going to Chatham and seeing the same thing there, and then coming home to Orleans and finding empty streets and no activity. And I know I don't make a big point out of it. I didn't accept the invitation to come to the BNI on any specific time. but I go there. I live right around the corner. I've been going there since I was too young to go there legally. And that was 50 years ago, 60 almost. Well, not quite. But, and I try and go to a lot of the places in town. And I want to tell you, it was disheartening for me last Saturday night to leave my house and drive down Main Street to go to dinner, and literally at 7:30 at night, saw 8 people on Main Street between Route 28 and Mahoney's. And 3 of them were walking on Main Street, and 3 of them were in a parking lot on one side, and 2 of them were in the all-serve. And not one shop was open. Not one business was open at night. That's not sustainable for this town. So I think we need to spend the time and the effort in the coming months to put together something that is appropriate, that's enforceable, that's fair, that allows music, culture, and residents to coexist. And it's, again, I stress the enforceable, that's based on fact, not opinion, that's objective, not subjective. We don't have it now. We need to get it. We need to get it as quickly as possible. It needs to be a priority for the town and the town government to do that. And I think we just finish out the summer with what we got now and learn from it. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mark. Anybody else?
Yeah, you
Go
want?
ahead.
Well, I have a couple of comments, both to Mark's credit. The plan for the cultural district was to center nodes of activity. So downtown, the complication with downtown is also workforce, staffing at nighttime when our local businesses are run by families that need to go home after 8 or 12 hours. There are a lot of complicated factors with why our downtown isn't as robust, but that doesn't.
So we need housing, you're saying?
We need housing, Mark. We need a movie theater. We need a lot of things that would draw people to the downtown. But I'm very sensitive to the fact that when we are looking at downtown and when we build those residences, that activity may impact our more densely inhabited downtown, and we may be right back to these kinds of questions. My sensitivity is more to Kevin's point, the way we are required to be sensitive to the boundaries that one man's ceiling is another man's floor kind of idea, that we contain runoff, we contain debris, your stuff, you're supposed to be responsible for your environment on your property, and it should not harm your neighbors. That's what this comes down to. And I know Meph and I go back and forth on, well, what's amplified and non-amplified, but we do have other practitioners out there not having this problem. We have moved amplified music indoors, and we have occasional complaints at the jailhouse and 18 West when the doors are open from those issues, but that's an indoor license, and when they shut the doors, those complaints go down. I am less comfortable doing business as is, because even those accommodations have been made, we still have, I know that in our packet previously, there were notes about the economic impacts on other businesses that are in that area who are not scheduling patients, individual therapy businesses, during those music hours, because the music is bleeding over to what they would deem a quiet space, and they haven't had time to respond to beef up their noise attenuation in their offices. This is a more complicated issue than that, so I am reluctant to just allow this to continue as is, because the people have a right to quiet and peace in their home. I don't know that they've been addressed. So that's my two-piece.
You're looking for me to say something?
If you
Yes.
don't, I will.
All I would say is, all these are great points from a future look. What's before us is pretty narrow. Do we allow the license granted back in March to continue? Do we amend, modify, or revoke it? And I just, again, go back to the statute. We need to do so in whatever we do to ensure that we're doing this in a manner that, A, protects employees, patrons, members of the public, both inside and out of the premises, from any harm or disruptive conduct. B, prevent an unreasonable increase in the level of noise in the area because of the license activity. And C, prevent or any unreasonable increase in the level of pedestrian vehicle traffic. And again, it's all subjective. Who makes the determination on the unreasonable? I think when Andrea was trying to give a test period, you heard me say, I was sitting kind of in Mark's spot, I need measurable, objective, I can't work with this, what's unreasonable to one, so I agree with all of what you said. Again, what is the day today? August 11th. We got to give a license holder direction, and I would hate for us to continue it, even though they requested it. But I think we really do owe it to them, to our townspeople, to move this forward, however we do it.
Summer on Cape Cod has never been quiet. People have their windows open, sound carries, dogs bark, garbage trucks pick up. It's just not a quiet place, even though we are trying to present ourselves as a peaceful little oasis in the ocean. Summertime has just never been quiet from the time I was going to remember, really, going back. And that goes back to before the Barley Neck was the Barley Neck. And so I don't really think that finding peace and quiet for most of us who have any nearness to roads and neighbors is something that is possible. I really have enjoyed and supported the outdoor movement that's going on with the COVID regulations. When I say movement, there's a lot of other things that have gone on besides music going outside, and I really do think that it's a good thing for our town and our businesses and our musicians and people with jobs working there. So I think it's just a good look for the town. And I agree with Mark that I don't care whether you're in Wellfleet or Chatham or Harwich. Their look is much different than ours. Their economic look.
Right.
So I agree that the big chore here is to figure out a new set of understandings and regulations, or whatever they are, for next year. But it's too late to figure it out for this year. So I think in general, I'm on the in the camp of trying to just let this summer play out. I think that whatever dialogue may have been created between the abutters and the business is maybe somewhat improved, and I think clearly the business has made an effort to see if they can't contain their sound traveling. So that's kind of why I think that at this point, how the rest of this summer plays out will in fact have a bearing on any future hearings that we have for licenses. But I think it's also important in terms of perspective to remember that this was the first year that this outdoor license was granted. And it has never been granted to the Barley Neck ever in the past. It has always been an indoor entertainment venue. All of these outdoor initiatives were really done under the sort of cloud of COVID, and it was all done with our desire to help businesses of all types get through this. We are going to come out, hopefully at some point, on the other side of the COVID experience, and why things should necessarily be different will be a discussion that we can have then. But I just, want to make sure that what we're talking about here is not precedent-setting for anything. We're talking about from now until, the license says mid-September, which I think we need to firm up with a hard date. But in general, I'm going to support letting the summer play out. We'll see what happens, and we'll get to work on new regulations for the winter, and we'll be hopefully in a better position to debate this next licensing season.
Mr. Chair, some of the neighbors who were part of the concern had suggested maybe instead of 4 nights a week as an option, entertaining weekend nights only, because their own commerce was impacted in terms of patient hours. Would we want to modify any hours or nights in an effort to give some relief to the issue and motivate just relief to some of the abutters?
I am being asked for input from the audience, and if you have something quick, no, one person, and it's going to be quick. Yes, go ahead.
We put in the packet last time that of the 4 nights, we average 2.2 shows because of weather. If you limit us to 2, we're going to average 1.5. It's just not, it's out of our hands. Trying to promote and get any kind of momentum or continuity, we just will probably shut it down. It's like having a restaurant open 3 nights a week. People don't know if you're open, if you're closed. There's something to be said for some continuity, and I think we will be victimized by that. So if that's what gets dealt to us, we're probably just going to shut it down altogether. So
I did hear you say earlier that you suggested 7:30 instead of 8.
we're going at 7:30 anyways. It starts getting dark right now. We did that last year too. It just makes more sense. So we switch it. We said that when we applied for the license, we had that half-hour wiggle time. We can start that next week.
Question.
Go ahead, Mark.
So just in terms of your scheduling the groups that would play, don't know, that's why I'm asking. Do you have the flexibility to perhaps have the quieter acoustic only unamplified potentially? I don't know who you have on the list for the next few weeks, but do them during the week and then have your regular stuff on the weekends? Is that a
We're trying to do that, and as Meph pointed out, is unamplified is a little ambiguous.
Sure.
And I think as Bill pointed out 2 weeks ago, if you had purely unamplified music, you'd have a puppet show up there.
Yeah.
And the audience would be going, what? So I think unplugging the bass, keeping the volume down, directing the music, we're doing everything humanly possible except controlling the southwest prevailing breeze, which we can't do. But yes, we can, Bruce can definitely accomplish that on Thursday and Sunday night. Quieter bands.
Thank you. I think, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just have a question. I love that, and not for you. But if we said 3 live music nights a night, allowing for rain, scheduled to reschedule people, but down from 4. I understand how you schedule, because believe me, I program music too for entertainment. So I'm very sympathetic and empathetic to what you're dealing with. But if we say live music 3 nights a week, in whatever range you want it, whatever week, I don't care what days, but down from 4, it's up to the restaurant to schedule it. That's their thing. But I'm mindful that some residents are leaving their homes because people are, the sensitivity to sound is different from different human beings, right? And so what I could tolerate, one of the Firebirds, I hear the Firebirds at night, or band music, It's very different to what somebody else can tolerate. Yep, John.
So I would refer the board to the actual license.
Right.
Because before you gave them Wednesday to Sunday to give them 4 nights and let them choose the 4.
Yes.
So I think that if you're talking about the conditions, these are what you should reference, and anything the board wants to change should be physically on the license we gave you all a copy of tonight for your reference. So these are the conditions under which the entertainment is allowed to proceed. So if you dovetail your discussion to altering these, and as Meth suggested, you might want to change the mid-September to a date certain. But any other changes, if you do those, you should refer to this and do it in the form of a motion, and then the board could get a sense as to what you might want to do. That works for everybody.
So, you ready for?
I'm dying for a motion.
Yeah, I'll move that the date and certain be Sunday, September 19th, and that we say 3 nights a week for, through September, at the discretion of the restaurant at BNI to schedule those 3 nights. That's my motion.
So Sunday, September
can you
19th is
repeat
the,
it?
That we adjust the license, the outdoor entertainment license, so that instead of mid-September, it reads Sunday, September 19th, so they have that weekend, any 3 nights of the week between Wednesday and Sunday at their discretion, and allowing for rain date. And beg them, plead with them to keep working on that sound wall. That sound wall, I have been by there. I've listened at the parking lots. I just didn't, because the issue is with neighbors, not on the lawn. And that sound wall, keep it going, keep it bigger. It's nowhere near. If you know anything about outdoor entertainment and sound, the Hollywood Bowl, you keep sound in, keep building that sound containment on your property, please, if you want to be an outdoor music venue. That's my motion.
Okay.
I don't hear a second yet.
Don't you have another motion from the last meeting?
Well, that was we have the motion that we've created a nuisance. I think we're trying to then adjust the license to respond to that nuisance.
John, you want to, just, are we okay with
yeah,
proceeding this way?
So exactly where you left off was you made a finding that the noise was unreasonable, the level of noise. What you didn't do after your discussion, you reopened the public hearing, and you have not acted on the findings in terms of any modification of the license, which you're now discussing tonight. So it is consistent where you left off last week, 2 weeks ago.
So we have a motion.
I ask a question before.
Please.
I asked the owners if, the managers, if the restriction to 3 nights a week instead of 4 is viable for them, or is that something that would shut down the venue totally?
What was the what are you asking, if it's viable to have just 3 instead of 4 nights a week?
Yeah.
It's probably not as ideal. Once again, most of them are getting rained out. We've really changed the kind of bands we're having here. We got rid of anything loud. There were some mistake bookings early on, not knowing how loud we could away with. We've gotten it down to, just one guy with an acoustic guitar, a guy with a ukulele and a stand-up bass, no kick drums, no amplified bass. I don't know if this is my time to make this spiel, but I've been involved in this business for 40 years, both here and in Florida. And the level of noise there is really low. And the complaints to me seem almost peculiar and unwarranted. But you're being as quiet as you possibly could be.
So, and I appreciate that, but I'm just, as you're trying to schedule this, I'm just wondering whether if we were to modify the license to 3 nights instead of 4, if that's really going to accomplish anything, or whether it's going to be something that would basically have you end the performances.
I don't know. But
It's very difficult. Sometimes we don't make the call till 3 in the afternoon, and bands, it's unfortunate they're treated that way, but sometimes they're driving, and we don't know if it's going to rain or it's going to clear up. It's so difficult, even with 4. To limit it to 3, like I said, is really going to put us at 1 or 2. I don't think it makes sense. That's my answer.
And we've really curtailed, like, you want to know about the last 2 weeks. And honestly, we've changed bookings, we've canceled a couple bands, we've limited the number of people that play in there, and there's nothing that's going to be egregious there. For instance, Sunday, it's Crabgrass. I don't know if you know Chris Miners, local lawyer. It's all unamplified bluegrass music. And if that's egregious to anyone, we're in trouble. Seriously, it just, to have that be a problem would just be ridiculous. And on Friday, it's another thing, it's an acoustic trio. And tomorrow, it's supposed to be one guy with an acoustic guitar, so.
It's all acoustic, so we don't need amplification then.
Let's not get into this, what's amplified and what's not.
I mean, so my question was simply, whether 3 nights is viable, and it appears it's not, so that being the case, I don't think I'd be supportive of the motion. I'd go back to, I think, play out the summer the way it is, and we learn, and go
I'll
from
withdraw
there.
my motion.
Anybody else want to give it a stab?
I move that we just allow a continuation of the existing license until September 19th.
Second.
Anybody want to second that?
We're in a tough situation because we've found that there's a nuisance, but we don't have an action to respond to the nuisance. Kevin, any ideas? No?
I just have to say, Mr. Chair, I am so disappointed in the licensee in this matter. I understand, the town in the future setting some better objectives, but frankly, the burden was on them to describe the measures they put in place, even what we just heard that was outside of public comment, so we really can't even use it if you really go to rules of evidence, demonstrated they've made efforts. They did not even put that in evidence. I mean, I wish they would have helped themselves, honestly. It's a sad situation. It really should not, we shouldn't even be here discussing this.
John, question. If we are unable to agree on a vote here tonight, does the license just continue as is to the end of the season?
Yeah, you haven't modified or done any, you haven't taken any action other than make a finding. So everything stays status quo without action taken by this board. So if you leave here tonight and you haven't continued the matter, it starts over again, 10-day notice again. If you want to go, you'll be at the end of the season before you meet again.
That seems irresponsible on our part. So you don't, Mr. Chair, you do not want to visit the, we have heard that what is, seems to be tolerable is acoustic sets. They're still mic'd, I'm sure they're still mic'd, but they're acoustic, we could modify the license so it's acoustic entertainment through September 19th. How does that grab anybody? Leave it at 4 nights and have it limited to acoustic entertainment. I'm looking for a way forward here.
Speaking for myself, I would support that with the understanding that I'm not sure exactly that
I know.
everybody agrees on what that means.
But I bet Mr. McLaren does understand it.
I think one of the distinctions is whether your instrument is plugged in or not, just mic'd or plugged in, but I really don't want to talk about
Right.
this stuff.
Acoustic means also no
This is my concern,
brass.
is that we don't have a clear set of working definitions that everyone agrees to. We're not going to get one tonight, and so, we're chasing our own tails here. There's nothing that we can really do. Either you shut it all down or you let it go the way it's going. You got 3 weeks to go, 4 weeks to go.
How about trying something bite-sized? Can somebody give me a motion about setting a hard date of September 19th for the end of the license?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
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 No.
3-1. The license is amended to read that September 19th is the final day. If there's more,
I would make a motion that, again, I understand that we're quibbling over the definition, but professional musicians know the definition of acoustic music. And I would request that through September 19th, if we're leaving it at 4 nights a week, that it is limited to acoustic entertainment.
really didn't want to do this, but I will second that.
You know, again, I don't know what that means.
But they do.
Well, I think the rest of the town needs to know too.
Exactly.
No brass.
I think we need to know too.
Yeah.
It needs to be spelled out, it's very gray, acoustic music. I don't know.
Yeah, and Ms. Chair, again,
You don't
when
wanna
we're,
quibble?
when we're in hearings, and I've been through this in a past life, we need to work with evidence. That has not been presented to us, it's not been defined, we can't give these guys direction. I would not be in favor of that edit.
I will withdraw that, and I will revert back to the 2 other licenses. I understand they're not defined, but we're not having any complaints. From the 2 other licenses say unamplified music. They may still be miking, but for now, because we have to get through the end of the season, that is one way to go. But there are no takers.
Okay, I think then we should draw this to a
Right.
close. Okay, that's it. We're unable to do more than just set a hard date. Sorry to put you through all this agony. And we'll be better prepared, I think, come December when we start reviewing licenses again. So if I'm reading our agenda right, we're under the approval of minutes, John?
Yes, public comment.
Okay.
I didn't want to jump over it. I just, you know.
Okay, so, public comment, both in this room and on Zoom. This is no longer about the Barley Neck.
Right.
Thank you both for your help.
Yes, thank you.
Good evening. This will be boring.
Hi, Judith.
So Judith Bruce, here for both the Marine and Freshwater Quality Committee and the Orleans Pond Coalition. Delighted that you will be considering this evening a review of all the updates on wastewater. I thank you for your time for this. Also thrilled that you will be looking at and talking about the next steps and ways forward. So I know it's been a long night for you already. I will just be very brief to say that again, this is a huge opportunity for us on Pilgrim and Crystal to protect our 2 freshwater recreating lakes, and it would be very sad, in fact, not to have something move forward with that. That said, in terms of going forward, I'm just a little concerned about the scope and I would urge you to look very closely at just what information is being put together and gathered. It was well over 3 years ago that the Marine and Freshwater Quality Task Committee asked that you look into the 4 to 6 properties to be sewered for Uncle Harvey's as part of the Meeting House Pond system. We've now lost 3 years because basically that didn't happen. What happened was, frankly, a really silly review of 179 properties ringing the pond that had nothing to do with nothing. So as we go forward now, I'm seeing that there is again just talk of the upgradient properties to Crystal and Pilgrim. That's definitely what we're looking for. You've got to connect sewering systems. And look at any map and you will see that triangle between Route 28 and Lonnie's Pond running right along Monument Road. And I do believe that if we add those in, you will achieve the nitrogen reductions needed for Lonnie's Pond that will complete the TMDLs for that pond. I also think there's an excellent opportunity for you to talk to Brewster and look at the possibility of getting Brewster to pick up the cost for that, because they're looking for parts to meet their wastewater plan that can be reimbursed through the SRF funds. That can be. Right now, they don't have any options on the table for that. So for us to keep looking at these things in very, very narrow chunks, we're missing tremendous opportunities. We're missing opportunities for cost savings. We're missing opportunities for effectiveness. So please make sure that the scope is significantly robust to look at feasibility, cost, and benefit of sewering not only the upgrading properties to Pilgrim and Crystal, but also to include those properties that would be needed for Lonnie's Pond. And then ongoing, and this is just an out there, looking at a better way forward to keep this whole thing moving forward. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Judith. And Mia, is there anybody out in the Zoom wait room?
Nope.
Okay, then let's call public comment to an end. And we just have 3 sets of minutes to approve. Waiting for motion.
I'll move that we approve the minutes of March 24th, 2021, with one typo on page 77 for part-time.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Chair, I'll move that we approve the minutes of April 21st, 2021, with another addition on page 81 to please add the word town in front of website. So it's specific, so it says town website.
I'll second, Mr. Chair. I do have one further edit under the paragraph that's entitled Meet with Town Council. I'm going to count lines down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 line down where it begins small working instead of party. Replace party with group. I'd love to have a party, but I think we said small working group.
Okay, so we have 2 Scribner.
Yeah, these are all Scribners.
Yep.
To make, and we have it second, right? You seconded that?
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye, 4-0.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the minutes of May 5th, 2021, with a small edit on page 87 to relative to the support on Penrose to either say the support of Penrose.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye, 4-0. And so,
Yay, we got to come.
you guys are on. Thank you for waiting. Is this going to be?
Yes.
It is, Meth, yeah.
You want that, Jar?
That's good.
That's good, thanks.
Stand up.
See if I can get this part straight. Oh, perfect.
Yay.
Mia trained me well this week. Okay. Okay, everybody can see it? Good. Okay, good evening. I'm Ian Catlow from Ty and Bond. I'm here as the owner's project manager to discuss the wastewater collection and treatment facility upgrade project or construction project. This slide deck essentially looks like a lot of the prior slide decks. We cover a lot of the same information quarterly with respect to progress of both construction contracts and kind of give a brief overview on where we're headed. After I'm done, I believe Tom Parise from AECOM is going to talk about other projects that are still in the design phase and kind of next steps there. So without further ado, from a high level, construction progress on both projects is currently on schedule. We've completed or spent about 27% of the budget at the treatment facility, while we've burned through about 53% of the time. It's similar statistics over to the collection system, where we've spent about a third of the budget and used just over 68% of the time. There's a number of reasons why it's not exactly the same number, in terms of budget spent and time spent. A lot of it just has to do with how these construction projects unfold and when equipment is purchased and things of that nature. We've had limited change orders. Many of those have addressed some cost savings opportunities, and we've reviewed those in prior meeting minutes, and a few have addressed design changes where we found a better way to do something or need to adjust for a piece of equipment or something like that. We'll talk a little bit more about change orders later in the slide deck here. As always, I got a final bullet on here just to kind of keep people aware of the updates that Amy primarily and some of the other folks from AECOM are doing. If you are looking for the best way to get from your house to school or to Friends Market or something, check out the town website. There's great weekly updates that, frankly, everybody on the team has been participating in making sure are accurate and timely. In terms of collection system progress, since we last met, there's been a number of additional mainline sewers that have gone in Cove Road, Canal Road, Center Place, Locust. We can read through the list here. The map at right actually is kind of showing the progress graphically. So for those who can see the magenta line, those are gravity sewers that are complete at this point. And where there's a bright green line, those are sewers that have been complete and the streets have been paved, I believe. So we're pretty much out of those particular areas. Also of note, we recently received permit approval from Mass DOT to proceed with an open cut along Route 6 to get essentially from Pump Station 1 back to the treatment plant and vice versa. So there's more on this later and some other work associated with that, but that was a good milestone. It means that work can proceed after folks go home in the fall and the road is less busy. There's also been some discussion and coordination around moving the library pump station. This is noted on some documents as Pump Station 2. AECOM has been revising some drawings, and there's a planned coordination meeting with library trustees and staff tomorrow to kind of unveil some of that information and coordinate final details. In terms of progress over at the wastewater treatment facility, foundation walls and columns are largely complete at this point, and elevated slab work, this is kind of a slab at grade that you would see if you went up to the site right now. Those are nearly completed. And once that's done, it'll open up a lot of work for other trades to come in, masons, carpenters, et cetera, to kind of build up the superstructure that will be the plant that you see from the road. There's a plant water tank that's been completed and tested with no leaks at this point, and the contractor has started to backfill around the foundation in certain portions of the site. some of this work, if you were to go up there, I mean, an obvious question is, why aren't they backfilling everything? The reason is a substantial portion of the basement level of this facility is actually water-bearing tanks. And so we want to fill them up with water and be able to set eyes on them from the full exterior of the building to make sure there's no leaks. So once that's done and the concrete needs to cure before we can do that, once that's done, the contractor will commence backfilling around the entire facility. AECom has reviewed a number of shop drawings. There's been a lot of back and forth between AECom and Danny O'Connell's sons, the contractor, as different materials and pieces of equipment have been approved. Frankly, we've all heard about supply chain hiccups, across the country now, and I think everybody on the team has tried to remain vigilant in identifying potential long lead items and things that could be impacted by supply chain issues, and we've tried to focus on getting those shop drawings approved as quick as we can. I say that, and the proof in the pudding, though, will really be, in my view, over the next 3 or 4 months as that stuff starts to come in, and fingers crossed, hopefully delivery timelines are as promised by manufacturers. Also at the treatment facility site, we have this equipment storage facility. Excavation and site prep has long since been completed over here. Concrete walls and footings and floor are in place, as you can see in the picture. There's been plumbing rough-in of drains that went in just before the slab was poured, and the masonry walls are completed. Over the next week, actually today, roof trusses were supposed to arrive. I don't know, did you see them, Tom, before you left?
No.
Okay.
5 o'clock they were scheduled for.
Okay, so roof trusses will arrive shortly, and insulation is supposed to be installed on the exterior of this building. So I think it's going to start looking a lot more like a proper garage facility within the next week or two here, which will be exciting. Next 3 slides are kind of an overview, and I've been presenting one of these aerial photos that DOC has provided at each of my quarterly updates, and I'm kind of leaving them in here so you can see the progression over time. This is back in February 17th, when they were really just finishing up the slab, the base slab of the building in the center of the frame, and you can see the equipment storage facility at right with foundation walls largely poured and no slab or walls installed. We moved to the April / May update that we provided. This is a photo from April 28th. TOC made great progress on walls during that period on the treatment facility, and you can see in the background walls were starting to come up in the equipment storage facility. And here we are today, or at least on July 8th. The progress that has advanced since this photo was taken on the 8th is really kind of focused around, let's see if you can see my cursor here. This area here. The elevated slabs are either poured or soon to be poured in that area, which will really close in the whole basement elevation. And then in the back here, you'll note that there's another big concrete slab. I don't think it was poured on the 8th, but since then, the generator slab has been poured at that location, and some more backfilling has been completed here. So we'll move over to the Wickwell site, where treated effluent will ultimately be disposed or discharged to the ground. There's a valve vault here that we've reported on in prior meetings. That structure is now complete, and there's coordination between AECom and the contractor for a control enclosure that needs to go next to that, which will figure out which well is ultimately being dosed once the system is operational. There's also been a Wickwell test boring that was completed about a week or two ago. This is essentially, you could almost view it as like a pilot hole for one of the borings. It's just to confirm the geology, pretty much precisely where the wick well will go. And AECom is using that information to design gravel packing material for the wick wells. Preliminary indication from that boring is that the material was as expected from prior investigations, and there weren't really any surprises, which was, again, good information to get. Construction cost update is going to look exactly like it did last time around when I pitched this slide. I changed the note at the bottom essentially to say cost and contingency are unchanged. That doesn't mean that nothing has happened in the way of PCOs and proposed change orders or potential change orders. I'll talk about some of those on the next slide, but we haven't processed a substantial change order since the last update. In terms of construction change orders, I got them broken out on the left-hand side of the page here. Those are the ones strictly related to the treatment facility, and on the right-hand side, we'll deal with collection system. So again, just reiterating, no formal change orders were approved during the last 3 months or so here, but some of the ones that will probably appear over the next 3 months before our next update deal with some site drainage and entrance gate modifications. We're still working through the price on that, so I didn't post a ballpark cost on that one, but there's a few others here. There's foam spray, piping, material change at $2,100. There was some changes to hatches around the facility at an adder of $27,600. Electrical room got some beams that are ultimately going to make kind of long-term service of electrical gear and installation of electrical gear easier. That's at $22,800. And then there was a chemical scale that was deleted for a savings of $28,300. Moving out to the collection system, no change orders approved on this side of the house either, but there's a couple of pending change orders. One deals with a change in the Route 6 crossing from horizontal directional drilling to essentially an open cut method of installation. That's at $83,000. And then relocation of the library pump station is expected to cost an additional $68,000. Does anybody have any questions as a pause point here?
Ian, a good pause point is that Route 6 crossing. Even though that's going to facilitate that work, frankly, quicker and more, I think, reliably from a construction standpoint, HDD do have some variability in terms of pilot holes and things like that, but the added cost on this, and again, I'm with the team on a weekly basis on this, is because you're not just putting the pipes that are coming to and from the treatment plant, but it has to be cased in a steel pipe. So that was a highway standard, I think, of MassDOT.
Yeah, that was a MassDOT standard. I mean, Tom and I were talking about this before we walked in here, and really, we initially bid the project assuming that a pipe would be jacked, which means it's pushed essentially underneath the highway, so there'd be no disturbance at the surface. And then the contractor came on board and brought it to our attention that they could directionally drill under the highway. And he said, I've done this on other projects. It'll save you a substantial amount of money. It was hundreds of thousands of dollars. We said, great, let's do that. And we went to Mass DOT. They said that's fine with us, but halfway through the process to do that, the permitting folks at MassDOT in Taunton talked with people at MassDOT in Boston and said that, well, you really need to put a carrier pipe under there as well. So you drill a big hole for a carrier pipe and then you push a smaller pipe through it, and that really changed the economics of the situation. So this is still the least cost alternative. Unfortunately, it did result in a little bit of an adder after we had taken that substantial discount to go to directional drilling. Meth?
And can you just talk a little bit about the library pump relocation?
Yeah, this is, I feel like we had a fair amount of discussion during design as to where we wanted the library pump station to go. And we met with trustees at the time, we met with a number of stakeholders, and we had arrived at this location kind of set back from the road near the, is it Azalea Garden? That's kind of at the toe of the slope there. And folks at the time felt that that was kind of the most inconspicuous place to locate it. I think, folks in the library trustees group changed a little bit. Some other folks on our team had brought up different perspectives on it, and ultimately we concluded that to put it up closer to the road would result in less disturbance to the site, to the town green site, to the library parking lot, and on a day-to-day basis, you're not going to have folks coming in to check on the pump station way at the back of the site. They can stay up pretty close to the road. So we're moving it up. It's going to be just kind of on the back side of the curb there. There is some savings in terms of piping in doing this, but there's other changes. The structure's just a hair deeper, perhaps, things like that. That's why it's a slight upcharge.
Is there a rendering that is going to show that?
Tom, you got a rendering for tomorrow?
There is a rendering that Tom Daly is doing a presentation on. Correct.
Okay.
Just would like to see it.
Tomorrow. Yeah.
Yep.
Tom will send that to you.
Yeah.
Right now.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Closing out, we have the contract operations RFQ/RFP out. We've had a fair amount of interest in it. It's been out for a while, since April 28th, and we've pushed the bid opening back a couple of times because we've had a number of questions from interested bidders, and we wanted to make sure that they had time to prepare good costs. So now we're scheduled to open this on August 25th, and at that point we'll convene a review committee and start poring over the results and developing scoring rubrics and have people in for interviews and things like that. The goal in all of this is ultimately to get somebody on board so that they can be engaged at the plant in the final 6 months or so of construction. That way the future operator will be there for startup of pumps and blowers and things like that. So that's it. Any final questions or additional discussion?
Mr. Chair, can I just add, only because I do see this project up close on a weekly basis, and I kind of kid around for the team that this is the best project they'll ever work on. Orleans is going to be great in their memory, but we do have an excellent team, both in terms of Ian and his staff, as well as AECom, not to mention the fact of very close involvement from town staff. Ron Collins is in the back corner of the room, but he brings an incredible insight, one question here or there, and it's just an incredible team effort. And I just send a huge shout out of thanks to all of you guys. It really is an awesome team.
Andrea.
I would like to echo that from a different point of view in terms of the detail in this report and the way you've laid it out, and the communication between our team and the construction team so that the public has an easier time negotiating all of this. I think you guys have done an outstanding job.
Here, here.
Hi. Can I come up and say something? Yes, comment? Please.
Good evening. I'm Ron Collins, your Building and Facilities Manager. I just want to clarify the location issue with Pump Station 2. I was one of the proponents for it going in the back of the lot, and that's because we have the existing septic system there now, and it's worked in harmony with the people who use the village green, the picnic tables in the shaded area. And I did not realize the intensity of the daily interaction that Pump Station 2, well, when Pump Station 2 was in operation, for now and forever, a 7-day-a-week access is required. And it also required an access road going down into that area. And so over the last year or so, since we made that decision, I'm a local resident. I live, over by the police, by the fire station. My neighbors have asked me, what's going on with the pump station? How is it going to affect Village Green? And the confidence in that decision was continually eroded. The staff from the library was upset. They wanted to know how it's going to affect their programs out there. And so if you want to blame somebody, I was the one who changed that. But I think when you go out there and you look at who uses that village green and the picnic tables, day in and day out, I think it's the right choice to get it away from that area.
Can I ask you a question, Ron? Just out of curiosity, what kind of noise or sound is that pump station going to be making right up there by the sidewalk?
Once a week.
Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Okay.
The pumps are below ground, so you shouldn't really hear them anything more than a hum that you probably couldn't hear from this far away. The generator that is backup power to the site will probably exercise once a week for 15 minutes, and we can set that, accordingly. So
Where
it's.
is that going to be?
It's up near the
Tom.
school. I'm sorry?
Are you moving? Where are you keeping the generator? Back up near the school?
The generator's still up at the school?
Yeah.
With the control panel of power coming off of Route 28. So that has not changed.
Yep.
Matt, could we at some point do get a rendering, because I know OIA and many people rely on that site. The aesthetics of that site are very valuable to us, so we will be happy to see a rendering and understand that the integrity of the site is maintained.
Okay.
What's that?
Thank you, guys.
Welcome, Tom.
So welcome. So Tom Parise from AECom. I also have with me Amy Hunter, Tess Laffer, and Tim Harrison that are also working behind the scenes. So it's kind of, as Kevin has said, it's been a team effort on both sides. So we appreciate the confidence, but also appreciate the interaction and workings. And I think that's why it's been a successful project to date and continue to be that way. So as Ian said, there's a few other things that are going on besides the downtown area. So I'd like to hit those items, and these were kind of put together as an agenda from George Meservey as kind of a highlight of some of the things going on. First, Meeting House Pond. I'll talk about what the status it is, where we're moving forward. Briefly talk about the rules and regulations and the aquaculture nitrogen credits at Lonnie's Pond. Get a little bit into the permeable reactive barriers that we continue to work on, and then talk about some of the future wastewater planning that Judith had talked about earlier. So, Meeting House Pond, I think everyone's pretty familiar with it. So on the left-hand side is the interface with Finley and Lots Hollow Road, where it will discharge. The lines in the outline, again, comes from the consensus plan. It's basically a gravity sewer and low-pressure sewer. It's about a 50-50 split for the most part. There is one pumping station that would be installed, and that's going to be out right here on Town Hall property. We've already identified a location, and we've talked about to the Concom about it. Survey is picking up the vernal pool that's out there, but we'll be outside of that area. And we think it's a good location for the flow and some 480 users plus or minus. Where do we stand right now with the preliminary engineering that's been ongoing? So the aerial survey was completed early in the spring. The ground survey is about 75% complete. We anticipate in a couple of weeks of having that survey in hands. We're doing a cultural research evaluation, which was a similar evaluation that was done for the downtown area. It's about 85% complete. Have not found any significant areas as far as of concern to go to the next level of investigation in the field. But we'll also be incorporating those results in the contract documents, and there'll be probably some areas similar to downtown that will have someone from PAL, Public Archaeological Laboratory, on board during the construction in case anything's identified during those activities. On the right-hand side is talk about the subsurface investigations, and that's the little holes we put in the ground, and similar to what Ian had talked about at the WIC, we do the same thing along the pipelines. All of those borings have been done, some 180 plus borings throughout the Meeting House Pond area, and except for those two borings at the pump stations, and those will be done once we do a final layout of that pump station location. And the boring logs, that is the record of what was done and how deep they went, depth of groundwater, et cetera, are about 95% complete as we speak. The other part of this is the on-site disposal systems, and we've been, over the last couple of months, been scanning records from the Board of Health of all 480 locations. We want to have that information and put that in the contract documents so we have a better idea of where to put the stubs that go to each of those properties. I say it's 85% complete, but it was actually 100% completed this afternoon. So those have all now been scanned in, and again, we'll incorporate those into the contract documents. Once we have this information, specifically the survey, we'll be able to update the plan and profiles, the preliminary plan profiles we've done previously, update quantities. We'll do a capacity analysis that we had done similar to the downtown area. That is to make sure we properly size pipelines, but it's also to look at what happens if other areas just tie in. Uncle Harvey's Pond is a perfect example, or Tonsett, or as we talked about earlier, Pilgrim or Crystal Lakes. We'll update the cost estimate, so we have that available for the next May town meeting. We've identified easement locations. It's on private roadways. Those documents have already gone to John Kelly and Mike Ford last week, so that Mike can eventually review those, create the easement documents necessary, and end up signing off on the project by a year from this October, when we submit the what we call the SRF application. Prior to the SRF application, we have to submit what they call a product evaluation form. It's basically a scorecard. Tim's been working on that diligently the last couple of weeks. That's due next Friday, a week from this Friday. And that is the scorecard that gets you on the fundable list. So the process, again, just to recap, is the PEF here in another week. The IUP, or the intended use plan, would come out sometime in January. We're anticipating it would be funded just because of the nature of the project and what the requirements of the MEP process has been to require resewering to remove 100% of the nitrogen from the area. It would then go to town meeting for appropriation in May, and assuming that passed and appropriated the money for construction, we would submit, the town and us would submit the certification of vote by June 30th. And then again, plans and specs be completed by October of next year and submitted as part of that SRF application, go out to bid sometime in the spring, and then start construction again in the spring of 2023. On the right-hand side is the final design. Funding was appropriated at this past May town meeting. We're preparing the amendment now to submit to John Kelly so we can then move forward. It basically consists of preparing those contract documents, that is the plans and specifications, preparing and submitting permits, notice of intent, for instance, with the Conservation Commission, assist the town in obtaining those easements as that was submitted last week. Again, prepare the SRF documents, specifically the SRF application, and then go through the bidding phase. Some other decisions to be made, obviously, is to approve the warrant article for the 2021 annual town meeting. Really should say 2022 annual town meeting, and that's with the select board. And then obviously, Board and Water Commission is doing the warrant article for construction in 2022, and then the select board approving the warrant as we go forward. So that's kind of the overview of the Meeting House Pond, so I'll hesitate there and see if there's any questions.
So with the upcoming special town meeting this fall, relative to Meeting House Pond, do we have anything coming up? Any modifications, any adjustments?
So you're correct, we approved the funding for the final design.
For the final design in this past May, that's correct.
21.
That's correct. So that's already happened.
Right, so the construction is the next thing.
Next May.
Next May.
Next May.
So further on, if there's going to be any funding needed for future planning, that would be what we would look for in October.
Andrea, did you have a question?
Well, maybe for another, sorry, John.
I'm sorry, Kevin. The other issue for potentially October is when the results of the RFQ come in with the proposals for the owners,
Operator.
for the contract operator. If the amount that we will need exceeds what we have in the enterprise fund operating budget for the sewer, we would need to go to town meeting for an additional transfer from the short-term rental and rooms tax stabilization fund into the sewer enterprise fund to make sure we can execute that contract so they're on board. February is still the start time, so that's the other thing we need in October.
Thanks.
Tom, the question about what areas might be included or added to the original Phase 2 Meeting House pond design, is that a whole separate discussion, or is there anything in there?
That's a whole separate discussion, so again, the direction that we've been following, the Board and Water Sewer Commission are following, is to implement what I'll say the downtown area and the Meeting House Pond area as approved by the consensus plan. So that was very specific areas. Obviously, more recently, there's been the discussion of, do we expand or think about planning and going into other areas, such as, again, Crystal and Pilgrim Lakes, or Uncle Harvey's Pond, Tonsett Road, et cetera. A lot of those are already in the approved CWMP as far as approved for sewering or doing something, so it's not an issue from that. It's really the local thing of how the town wishes to proceed in, again, I'll say in the Phase 3 or 4 of additional sewering above and beyond these two geographic areas.
Matt, can I add to that?
Right.
Just a question. As we proceed in consideration of this, and this is just for future information for residents who might be part of the hookup plan, whether this one or a growth one, could you at some point brief us as the homeowners if we're hooking up to a gravity system or if we're hooking up to the, why am I not?
The low-pressure system?
Thank you.
Mhm.
For us as homeowners, relating to this in future information about that would be greatly appreciated.
That would be part of the other, and you'll see some slides later on towards the end, that would absolutely be part of that evaluation. Similar to what we did for downtown and Meeting House Pond, what happens if it's all gravity, what happens if it's all low pressure, or some hybrid, which typically is the most cost effective, but we would be able to identify, at a high level, which parcel would most likely need to have a pump versus gravity sewer. If there's nothing else, I'll move on. Briefly on where we stand with rules and regulations. So the sewer rules and regulations have gone through numerous versions and updates over the last couple of years. About a week and a half ago, they were submitted through the Board and Water Sewer Commission to Town Council for their review, and I'll say overall blessing to make sure there's nothing from a legalese side there's an issue. And the Board and Water Sewer Commissioners will be conducting a public hearing relative to those rules and regulations. The other thing, and I guess a big part of it, is we're still waiting for special legislation for approval to assess by water use. I know they've had their hearings, and it's just making it through the political process as we speak. Currently on the right-hand side, I guess I'll show what the current allocation of costs are. Right now, the discussion's always been general taxes would be for the downtown area treatment plant and effluent disposal, and the non-traditional technologies, and that the users would pay for what I said, the downtown area collection system and pumping stations. And then the next two is Meeting House Pond, or those future expansion areas of how that funding is going to be divvied up. Again, keeping in mind, the area downtown is much different than once you go outside of that area, Meeting House Pond. A lot of big distance between properties, obviously not as much commercial type properties, et cetera. So there may be a relook or rethinking down the road as we go forward with that.
And Tom, just important note on the right side where you
Sure.
say under general taxes, it might be better in the future to say first through the dedicated funds. We actually have stabilization funds funded and dedicated, and then if any further is needed from general taxes.
Okay. And that's all I have on the rules and regulations as we speak. Yes, Mark?
Just I know we had some discussions a few years ago about the use of assessing by water use, and we looked at a couple of anomalies in terms of, like a marina that's washing down boats and whatnot, that's using a lot of water, but it's not going into the wastewater treatment facility, or a brewery in town, similar situation, and a couple other places. So where are we with that? Is that Board of Water and Sewer get those kind of nailed down so that once the we get the approval from the state on that we're in good shape with everything?
I think overall, Alan, I don't know if you want to add on it, or Dick, on that based on the discussions?
Mark, we have a provision for a deduct meter.
Microphone would be helpful, especially on this one.
Mark, we have provision in the regulations for a deduct meter. So, and there's criteria for which you could apply for it, use it, and then of course, Todd and crew, the water department's get involved with some of that stuff,
Right,
so.
yeah.
But
So that
yes,
all made it in there,
there is
though,
indeed a
just
provision
right
for a
there.
deduct meter specific for those.
Thank you.
The next one, I'll just briefly talk about some aquaculture nitrogen credits, specifically at the ones at Lonnie's Pond. So George had asked us to put together an estimate to do what I'll call it an application, to finally determine how much of a credit the state is going to allow utilizing aquaculture for removing nitrogen. So there is some existing funding on the planning document side that still is available, that we can reallocate some funding to utilize that, so there's no need to go back to town meeting, et cetera. The goal obviously is to obtain those credits from the ongoing project. We estimated quite a few years ago would be around the 75 kilograms a year. Through the 4-year or 3-year demonstration projects, we were down somewhere around 93 kilograms a year, so that's a good thing. We're in the right direction. So the components of that report would be a summary, again, taking all of Lonnie's Pond demonstration projects that ECOM worked on, and then also doing the current operation that's been going on for a couple of years with SMAS, and then request for that credit. The discussion is to at least do 1 more year of that shell fishermen growing at Lonnie's Pond, and then we'll have to see how DEP reacts as far as how much credit can we really get. And then again, the pictures on the right-hand side just happen to show the 1-year oysters. I guess I'll show it from July to December of the 2016 of how they can grow pretty quickly, especially in that first year. Yeah, Mark.
I know some other towns were looking at similar types of projects. Have you had any communication with DEP about, where they are with actually putting something in writing that would say they're going to give us credit or not going to give us credit? Or the only reason I asked is Orleans was kind of at the forefront of this.
Yeah.
We were doing it in a way that we were collecting data in a very organized and orchestrated way. And I think a few other towns in the Upper Cape started to jump on that same bandwagon, and they were all, I think, fairly optimistic that they were going to be able to get some credits from DEP, and yet DEP was kind of being pretty closed-mouthed about it. Any indication of where they are or where they're going with this?
Yeah, I've had a couple of discussions with Brian Dudley, and by the way, he is retiring at the end of the year, so now is the time to, get a hold of him to, because he's the one with the history of it. So, yeah, the indications are it would be, something we can get credit for. It's got to be the credit from the meat and the shells taking up the nitrogen, nothing from the soils.
Yeah, so the
Although there is some studies going out there showing a little bit more solid, I guess they'll say, of how much you can actually remove from the soils. But at this point, we wouldn't ask for that because I don't think the DEP would give you from that viewpoint.
Yeah.
But we're pretty comfortable right now that they will give us the credits based on all the work that the town has done. And yeah, you are at the forefront. So this is really kind of asking DEP to put their money where their mouth is type of thing now at that point, to say, okay, we're here, we've done everything we're supposed to, please now give us the credit and go forward.
Thank you.
So
You're
Tom,
welcome.
again, just on schedule with this, just maybe a few data points on what and when?
Assuming the town says, yes, please proceed, we'll start putting that together over the next 2 months and to get that in, because we want to hit the Brian Dudley
Exactly.
schedule here. The next one is on the permanent aquatic barriers, and everyone's familiar. We've been continuing ongoing the demonstration over at Eldridge Park. Again, the blue dot you see in the middle is, the second round, I guess I'll call, of the hockey stick, and the green ones were the first round as we did. Left-hand side, you can see the two on-site systems, disposal systems. So again, there's a groundwater flow. It's basically going left to right on the picture as you see it. The red bullseyes and some of the black ones are monitoring wells that were either pre-existing or ones that we'll put in over the last few years. And as I mentioned, those are the injection points. So we continue to do that. We've just finished the last of the quarterly reports. So we have 4 years worth of data. DEP was looking for 3, so we had 4 on the green lines and 4 on the green lines and 3 on the blue lines. So we have a lot of information. This happens to be just a snapshot going, again, groundwater going from left to right. The red darker color is showing nitrogen, greater than 6 milligrams per liter. There are wells that we've read as high as 35 in some of those locations, and obviously coming from the on-site system. And then as it gets towards the right and it gets to the lighter color, it's down to 0 to 2 milligrams per liter of nitrogen. Now keep in mind, this is at one particular groundwater level. This happened to be what we call the shallow wells, but that's kind of the sweet spot that we're looking for in capturing a significant amount of nitrogen, but not all of the nitrogen that would, obviously, because there's others got to go above this and below that water level. But this is a good picture of how it really is acting. The monitoring wells are the closest to the injection points are the ones that we're seeing basically 0 nitrogen. So it's showing it really is working as we had anticipated as we go forward. We've taken that information, again, and I'll go back one of the things we've also done, town meeting has appropriated some money to do some additional monitoring over the next 2 years. It's about $54,000, if my memory's right, but very selective monitoring. It's really looking at some of those closest wells, and we're looking for that breakout. That is when nitrogen all of a sudden starts to creep up because the emulsified vegetable oil that was installed has now been used up with the nitrification, denitrification process that we're enhancing in the ground. So we'll be doing that over the next 2 years, another quarterly results to see if we can zero in on that. We anticipate right now, and it's a very site-specific, by site-specific location as far as how much nitrogen gets taken up and how long that emulsified vegetable oil will last. Right now, we're projecting at 10 to 15 years in the ground, so it's pretty successful from that viewpoint. We then took all of this information. We've looked at, again, the other areas on a watershed by sub-watershed basis, developed some criteria, identified some locations of potential PRBs. We did a life cycle cost analysis at 30, 60, 100 years. We compared PRBs to traditional systems and evaluated those, what seems to make sense as far as do we put in a PRB or do we put in sewering. Some of them were very clear as far as some of the locations we should do that. This gives you a good example. I'll pick on Rock Harbor, which is the bottom one. There was one viable PRB that we had originally identified. We removed about 300 out of the 600 that you needed to remove. But if you looked at a cost-effective analysis, a life cycle at 36 to 100 years, it showed that sewering was the alternative. And by sewering, you now got to remove the 634 kilograms per meter. And you can see a similar thing on some of the areas. Nauset Estuary in the middle there had 3 PRBs, 2 we're recommending for additional field assessment, and then 13 out of 14 for the Pleasant Bay as we go forward. Some of the PRBs showed it right across the board as being more cost-effective to put a PRB in, and others flip-flopped as it went on. It may be a PRB for 30 years, but by the time you hit 60 or 100, it went to sewering. So the implementation as we go forward right now, and this is still, I'll say, a little bit of a moving target, especially on the schedule on the right-hand side, but we're phasing a schedule for the most cost-effective and favorable locations. There was funding that was appropriated back in the special town meeting a year ago, plus or minus, and that's what we're utilizing right now to move forward. With those, we're looking at PRBs basically within right-of-ways. We have identified some of those roadways that are private. That information has also gone to Mike Ford, John Kelly. A couple of weeks ago, we did have a discussion last Tuesday, and AECom owes Mike a little bit of information so we can finalize those easement agreements. What we're doing is some of the easements only in the locations where the actual monitoring well is going to go at this point. If it's determined that it is feasible and the town wishes to proceed, would have to go back to get, additional easements on those private roadways. The other thing we're also doing is we're preparing an SRF PEF form also on the PRBs. Even though it's going to be some, $50 million project, the idea is that you get a multi-year phasing that the SRF program will do, number one. Number two, we want to have that in there because if the federal government with the funding, infrastructure funding comes through totally, we want to be basically shovel-ready. So there is a potential, obviously, and without doing that PEF, it wouldn't be on the list, I guess I'll call it, because that's typically what they've done in the past, is SRF programs are the ones that are getting some of that funding. Similar, Mark, to the question you asked about the shellfish, and we've also had that discussion on the PRBs, and it is a site-by-site location. It's just like building a treatment plant. They're not going to approve just a general location. They want the site-specific, and the same thing will happen here as we go forward. So once we finish the drilling here in September, October, the idea of that is to confirm some of the assumptions we had made in the past, get a better idea on the actual nitrogen in those specific locations by sampling, confirming soil types and groundwater flow, et cetera. We'll relook at the cost-effective analysis and the assumption to determine how much nitrogen will be taken out, and then we'll be able back to the town to say, okay, here's where we stand. Here's now another recommendation of that evaluation, that report that was done in January. Again, the preliminary schedule right now is basically the end of August. Actually, Jim Begley from MT Environmental that's working for us was out there today marking out some of the locations for those wells to see if there's any showstoppers that he sees out there, and then we'll go through the normal dig-safe process and et cetera.
So, Mr. Chair, Tom, on the bottom two on the left, preparing the SRF project evaluation, and then DEP's location by location. These are non-traditional technologies, which is part of the consensus plan, but I remember DEP still not giving us guidance in terms of what their ground rules were relative to the measure life. Do you have enough information to actually put this in from them?
Yeah, so two things on that, Kevin, good question. One is, 2.5, 3 years ago, we actually did a notice of project change to the CRMP. Did two of them. One was on the discharge location for the treatment plant, but another one was on the non-traditional technologies. And the idea, though, even though it wasn't a site-by-site, we wanted to get an idea of all the regulatory agencies if there was any showstoppers and know that. And there was nothing that was identified, so that was good at that point. Similar discussion with Brian is that, and we did a presentation to them last July-ish, I'm going to say, or June, and went through a lot of the information we had at the time and proposed, here's what we'd like to do, here's the monitoring for long-term, et cetera, and had a very favorable response from them. So we anticipate that, again, as you said, we're leading the forefront, I guess I'll say, and that's why I think a lot of communities are waiting to see what's going to happen. But we anticipate that they will allow this to be permitted and a pretty good bang for the buck.
But again, it's not the typical way we can go to a website and say, here's your checklist of 3 things
That's right.
required.
It is not.
This is...
That's right. It really is cutting edge right now.
Wow.
But even the watershed permit that they did there, a year and a half ago was also cutting edge because they had never done that before, too. So it's all geared up towards that. And if you recall, that's why the Cape Cod Commission 208 plan update that we worked on, this is exactly what the game plan was, and to help the process to get things a little bit more cost effective for communities to implement to help remove the nitrogen.
Tom, just we had discussions about whether this should be part of our project evaluation form for Meeting House Pond or not. And Tom and I and others said, let's do it separate. It goes in, and this is a test. Mark, you've been waiting for an answer on this. This is the way we trigger the answer. And I think it's important to understand that, as Tom just said, the watershed permit, which is Pleasant Bay, includes this for 5 years of work in the town of Orleans. So we've teed it up now, and somebody at DEP is going to have to make a decision one way or the other.
Thanks.
And the next two, just show you some of the slides of, I'll say that, I'll call it right now Group 1 and Group 2 of where some of the more highly favorable PRB locations. So again, the red line is actually the PRB, and again, that's where we do the injections of the emulsified vegetable oil. You'll see some of the little magenta color here, those are the monitoring wells put in. The blue lines you're seeing coming from the PRBs is actually the modeling that was done through the computer of where that groundwater is coming from. And then the properties are kind of hatched here in this yellowish hatch, and those are the ones that we're getting the wastewater from, ultimately, at this level that we're talking about. So that's these 4 locations, and then a few others here. So that kind of give you an idea of some of those locations.
Tom, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
A lot of those, if not all of them, are private roads. So have the residents on those roads, are they aware of their living on the future PRB site?
Not yet, I guess I'll say, unless they've been paying attention to some of these meetings. Again, the ones that are on the private roadways, those are the documents we sent to Mike Ford, John Kelly, I don't know, 3-4 weeks ago. And again, as I mentioned, we're only going to be doing the monitoring wells, the one that abuts that particular property, and not the entire length at this time. In the future, we'll come back and say, okay, it's a good thing to do, let's move forward. So, John?
So the process we talked about was to have the Public Works Department deliver we're going to reach out to the property owners and deliver the information, explain to them what it is we want. At this point, we simply want the monitoring well permission in the form of an easement, and then which significantly reduces the number of approvals we need. But ultimately, if you put these in, you need every abutting property owner's approval. So we want to do the outreach so that they know exactly what it is. We'll invite them to learn more at a meeting, and so be as proactive as we can on this.
And we've drafted a letter. I need to get that to Mike and John and Tom Daly to tweak, and that will be the letter that would be handed out.
Just a tangential question.
Sure.
Is anyone looking at the potential of having individual PRBs as a supplement to a Title V system?
No, we've thrown that idea out. We've thrown it out to DEP, actually, to say, hey, if you have the right conditions, you may be, instead of having a innovative alternative system that can be very costly to install and very costly to maintain, is what happens if you put in, I guess the emulsified vegetable oil. The Barnstable County Health Department has been doing some piloting, but they're doing what we call a layer cake, where they put a layer of wood chips, bark mulch underneath the subsurface system, so as it goes down through it. But there is a potential of doing the PRB to catch it after it's gone down through it, depending on depths and locations. But it gets to be very expensive because in order to do the design of the PRBs, you have to have a lot of information on groundwater flows, et cetera. So I would say it may be cost prohibitive, but there may be another opportunity to that. We also looked at what happens, for instance, like at a groundwater discharge site. Could you also do the same thing, that right now you have a limit of 10 milligrams a liter for nitrogen? The plant, what happens if that goes to 5? Instead of doing additional work at the plant, could you put a PRB in also in that? So those are the possibilities. I would say we want to get the first step of even getting the first one, that the DEP finally says, yes, we can permit it, and then take that down the road. But that is, it could happen, Mark.
So I shouldn't invest all my money in emulsified vegetable oil right now?
Not quite yet.
Okay.
We'll let you know when, though.
Okay, thank you.
So similar, obviously, we've had a lot of discussion with Board and Water Sewer Commission and Planning Department. We had a pretty lengthy discussion a couple of weeks ago, and a presentation that Julie Marion did here, and it talked about life cycle and, response times, et cetera. Obviously, we're going to approve, discuss locations with the Water and Sewer Commission, and then eventually get the necessary access, through the Select Board, and then future warrant articles for implementation for that design, construction, et cetera. And with that, I can go on to the future wastewater planning discussion. So obviously, as I mentioned earlier, the direction, I guess I'll say, and the implementation through the Board and Water Sewer Commission is for the downtown area, the Meeting House Pond area, because that was from the consensus plan. But there's been a lot of also discussion relative to what happens of sewering properties, I'll say upgrading it to either Crystal Lake, Pilgrim Lake, Uncle Harvey's Pond, and maybe there's other areas down the road as we go forward. And as I mentioned earlier about, expansion of the system, of sewering versus putting PRBs in, of Rock Harbor and Tonsett, I mentioned. Rock Harbor's, I think, is pretty straightforward. It should be sewered. Tonsett is one of those ones that start off it seems to make sense for PRBs, at least for the first 30 years, but then as you go out, it becomes more cost-effective for sewering. And also Tonsett is, it abuts Meeting House Pond. And you can also then catch properties on both sides of the roadway and not with sewering versus if you put the PRB in just on the sewer, you're not going to catch the properties that are closest to the water that really have that direct items. And again, there's other PRB priorities. So a lot of that will become more clear, I guess I'll say, as we go forward with some of these PRBs and the additional information to figure out that one. So the discussion obviously is, how does the town go forward for expanding above and beyond the consensus plan? The map on the right-hand side is the approved CMP possible sewering plan that was put together, and you can see all the highlighted colors of where sewering was proposed. Again, some 60% of the town, some 680,000 gallons worth of flow. The treatment plant, again, located, up in this area here, is right now being constructed to handle 350,000 gallons of flow. That's coming from downtown and Meeting House Pond. That's based on full build-out on Meeting House Pond from 60,000 gallons to 110. It's doing a build-out scenario for the downtown of about 150,000 gallons a day to some 234,000 gallons a day. And that's the flow, obviously, what's happening now, and plus the 16,000 gallons worth of septage. The design of the plant is such that it can, I'll call it mirror image it. That is, we then go from 350,000 to 700,000. Again, that's matching the CWMP. And that was done on purpose that, that is the fallback position or the plan B that Brian Dudley has always said all along, that if the non-traditionals don't work for whatever reason, you still need to sewer these areas in order to move forward. So the idea is like, okay, so how do we go on from the consensus plan to now move forward? What's the building process to look at that? The scope of work that I put together is to look at that existing information, have some site investigations. Obviously, I have multiple coordination meetings with the freshwater ponds, the select board, Board of Water Sewer Commissioners, Planning Department, et cetera, of saying, okay, here are the properties that need to be sewered that are directly upgrading. But everyone needs to also realize that if we're going to connect to the existing sewer system, or what will be the existing sewer system, we're going to go buy so many other houses. So it would obviously make sense to connect those. So for instance, Uncle Harvey's Pond was a good example where we've done some preliminary review of, hey, do we catch these 12 or 13 houses, or do we catch everything around Uncle Harvey's Pond? It goes from, 13, 14 houses to some 174 properties, and obviously cost is applicable. And so that's the idea of this kind of this scope of work to go forward. I'm estimating about $250,000 to go through that. I'm anticipating a fair amount of meetings to happen on that, and this would really be the building block of the foundation, I would say, for future evaluations to continue going on to say how do we then decide to move forward with the process. So with that, I'll open it up. Alan or Dick, I know we've been involved with it quite a bit for the discussion. I don't know if you want to add anything to that, kind of an overview.
I think it's, in a way, downtown and Meeting House Pond is really easy. We spent a couple of years working through a consensus plan, and if you look at that plan on the screen, in downtown, we've decided to take advantage of things like 4 and 1, the left-hand side of 1, and 6, and we combined them together into downtown. Meeting House Pond, we've taken 2 and a little bit of green, which is 6, getting to Finley Road, and we've taken a little bit of 4 and 6 on the east. But now we're at the stage where we're playing and studying various alternatives. And Tom has done a great job of outlining what we can do as we focus on each of those alternatives. But we really need to have someone here that is focused on how you juggle all these alternatives. You know, and Tom has, and you have received information, the Water Sewer Commissioners have received information about Crystal and Pilgrim. And you look at Crystal, which is just to the southeast of number 3 in the magenta color, and Pilgrim is just below the red pump station in green. Yeah, right, that's right, thank you. Yep, and the headline has been, you only have to sewer 32 sites to deal with the phosphorus issues in Pilgrim and Crystal. But you then have to, as Tom has already said, you got to connect somewhere. And so then you start not talking about 32, but with some careful planning, you might discover that you had to deal with 80. And it's in an area where the houses are on bigger lots, and therefore there is more pipe between lots. And somebody has got to be in charge of really figuring out how to juggle all these alternatives. You know, we can hire consultants to help us, but somebody in the town, aside from George and John Kelly and Tom Daly on a part-time basis, needs to be able to focus on this. And those of you that were involved in the OQUAP process remember that effectively Mike Dominica was here as a consultant, but full-time representing the town of Orleans as we dealt with outside consultants. And I think we've gotten to the point now where we're going to be juggling these different alternatives. We're going to be juggling them against PRBs. We're going to have to talk to Brewster about nitrogen trading. We're going to be talking a little bit about shellfish. And there are a lot of moving parts. And we're at the stage now where we know how to build the meeting house pond and downtown, but we're moving into areas where we're going to have choices. And those choices require a lot of thought so that we don't inadvertently make a mistake. And I would hope that as you think about moving ahead with these requests, you think about how we package this in a way that we have some one person who is leading this charge. And I will tell you now that because Reggie Donahue was out for a couple of weeks, so when comments come in to Reggie, who's our ombudsman, that deal with town issues, they get passed to the current chairman of the Water and Sewer Commission to take care of. And what I'm discovering is, because the sewering implementation is going well, other neighborhoods in 4 and 6 and 5 are saying, hey, when are you coming to our neighborhood? And this is a multi-year project, but we need to have a point person to take care of it, because we're dealing with, you know, if the first 2 phases are 90 million, you know, we're dealing with another 90 or more with inflation, and we're dealing with choices. And somebody's got to be there to figure out how you select the right choice. So I would hope that as you think about finding money to ask AECOM to go ahead, you also think about how you get someone to really ride her on this. And I'm not taking anything away from Tom or George or John Kelly. They're more than willing to have this as a collateral duty, but this is so important that you have to have someone who is riding herd on this all the time. And under the charter, you remember the Water and Sewer Commissioners only deal it when we're implementing something. We're not in charge of the planning side. So I just hope that as you think about this, either for a special town meeting this fall or for the annual next spring. This is high on your agenda. It's something that's got to be done.
At what point, or, can we begin to be better at saying, setting a timeline better than multi-year? Are we talking about 10 years, 20 years, 30 years? And, can we at this point begin to estimate where all these phases would lie on a timeline that might be able to match up to Kathy Doan's debt projection, projections for the town?
That's clearly part of what has to be done, because this is major capital planning. And in this town, we only look 5 years ahead. And this is a project that requires you to look 20 years ahead. And it's not in the charter right now, but I think that's it's something that needs to be collected so that we know in 2027 we should be at X, and in 2031 we should be at Y, and we're plugging it in so that we know how we ultimately develop a level debt service line.
Andrea?
But to your point, Mep, it's the other constraint on that calculation is that what we've heard before, that if we don't act on certain sites within a specific timetable, specifically Crystal Lake, that alum treatments may be necessary. So I think it's that discretionary kind of 360 look. If you make this choice, what are the outcomes? If you prioritize that, what happens to the rest of the picture? And we don't have that knowledge base currently in town. That's such sophisticated planning for impacts that are beyond most of our expertise.
Yeah, I think Crystal and Pilgrim are classic examples. The focus of the CWMP was nitrogen removal. Yes, phosphorus was talked about, but it was not something that was being dealt with in that CWMP. And now we know, because of work done by our Ponds Committee and SMAS, that we're facing an issue that we never anticipated. And if you look at that map, Crystal was in phase 3, okay? Maybe it should be elevated and be in the next line. And Mill Pond, which is one that I've heard of, is in phase 4, so forth. So, but somebody has to really sit down and take this apart and say, this is the way you do it, these are the costs by phases, and this is when you should do X and Y.
Yeah, so I think Alan's point about a town staff person dedicated to all these moving parts is long overdue. And no disrespect for the engineers in the room. I've been in your position as well. On the left, scope of work. This is what you do, Tom. Here's how I've estimated, the cost. But you do what you're asked to do, you deliver it, and you move on to the next. When we have a town staff person, they're getting feedback. They're evaluating the changes in the dynamics of the economy and things like that. I also know, and you reminded me, which I made the note, when we amended the CWMP, the Secretary of Energy and Environmental Affairs, there is a line. We're obligated to update that, I believe, next year. There is a line in there that says, we hereby approve your work well relocation, but this is not a long-term approval. I don't know that anybody looks after that. You certainly weren't asked to in the scope. We don't have anyone in town that even looks after that. These are all obligations this town has that I, to this day, am not even sure that somebody knows all of what we've taken on. I really do not believe we do.
Yeah, so, Alan, to your point, and several years ago when we were first getting into this and starting to move it forward and actually making some progress with this, we had several discussions about having a person in the town that was going to be the sewer czar, for lack of a better term. And we talked about that, and so I guess my question is now, because clearly we've gone 3 or 4 years without that ever happening, and we're this far down the road and looking further down the road, what are the steps to get that position in place? Who would be looking at, in essence, the job description, and who would be looking at the ability of that person to control the movements of, whether it's the Board and Water Sewer Commissioners, whether it's planning, or whether it's, stuff that Tom Daly does, or, reports to the Select Board, reports to the town manager. Who puts together the nuts and bolts of that position so that we can get something like that out there and instituted, and clearly, we needed that 3 or 4 years ago, and we kind of dropped the ball on that. How do we get there now?
So in my opinion, this is a decision that's made by the Select Board. You, I think, have a hiring policy. You're not hiring anybody right now, or have been. And so the Select Board has to say, this is an issue that we have to deal with. Mr. Town Administrator, research it and get back to us with a proposal. And there was a job description a couple of years ago. I remember John looked at it and had it. And I think we need to take that action and then sit down and really, talk with George, talk with Tom Daly, talk with the Water and Sewer Commissioners, talk with Tom Parise and others, because we've now had experience for a couple of years doing this with the simple part, which was, ironically, it's only $60 million, but we're doing downtown. And as you saw earlier this evening, we're doing it on schedule, on budget, because of all the work we did at the front end to make sure that we were correct. And we're doing the same thing with Meeting House Pond. That was part of the consensus agreement. All those boundaries are set, were done, voted and approved by town meeting. But now we're at the stage where we're deviating from that consensus plan. And there are variables that get plugged in here that we really need to think about. Because how do we decide, for example, that yes, a PRB at this location is good for 30 years, but after 30, you'd probably be better off sewering. Well, there may be instances where you go ahead with a PRB because you're buying time, because you know that you can't get the sewer system there for another 60 years or something like that. But somebody needs to really sit down and work with you as the leaders and the Water and Sewer Commissioner as the operators to really understand this. And, we may discover by filing this August 20th for PRBs that SRF says, oh, that's a brilliant idea. Let's take a look at it. And we trigger it. And so then we know we've got something real. So Orleans is sort of in the leading position here on some of these alternatives. And it's incumbent upon us to test the regulators to see if they're really willing to look at alternatives. And we can do it at no additional cost at this point. But it's an action that starts right up there.
Tom, so Alan, Tom, do you have any examples of again, forgive the term, but the sewer czar in other communities that would, so we're not reinventing the wheel here, but something that could be effective and certainly necessary as we start to go down this road? Are there other communities that do something like this, or?
Sure.
Yeah, there's some around, I don't remember any off the top of my head, Mark, but we can help the town with that. As Alan said, I know John had put something together many years ago, so we can redig that out. That was part of Mike Dominica that also talked about kind of that same process. So we can, help assist that and kind of bulletize some of the key decisions that will be made in order to fine tune what that right person would be.
Just a funding question to you guys back, I guess, because sewers are part of an enterprise fund mentality. Would the support or line item for that I like sewers be possible to come under that umbrella cost?
So, up until we created that stabilization fund with the short-term rental and the hotel motel, cost was always the biggest issue. And everything we did with planning with CWMP and even hiring Mike Dominica was all out of the proceeds through a borrowing. Now you're getting to the point where you're talking about operating. That is a good source of revenue that otherwise you would be going to the voters for no general override. Mike Dominica had 30 years of experience as a design engineer. I think you have to identify what it is you're looking for. It would be very costly to try to hire a Mike Dominica as a full-time town employee, whether you need a full-time town employee to do that. So I think we have to identify that. Tom at AECom gives me every year a 20-year capital cost for our sewer system. By fiscal year, identifies all the things and all the costs. That's how I build the 5-year capital plan. We have those costs for 20 years. You could supplement that with all this additional stuff. So the base information exists. Putting the additional things together. Taking a step back here, are you asking for a staff member to take the place of a committee? That's a big change in this town. This town does everything by committee. So we rely on the consultants to put the information together, frame the options, and then you're looking for recommendations to the board, to 2 boards, in terms of a direction to go. So yes, we could hire an engineer, another engineer, because I don't see you doing this without somebody with an engineering background who understands what they're looking at and can make informed decisions and recommendations. So this is a $100,000 a year position right off the bat. Whether that's 40 hours or not is another story. That might be less than that, but we could do that. So the charter says any new full-time position would be put together. The board would have to approve it by a vote of 4 members of the board, and the position has to be funded by town meeting. So if this is a goal of the board, you could have this in place for the May town meeting.
And just for the sake of tonight, I think this is a future agenda
Sure.
item, and there's,
Yep.
and probably not too far in the future.
Yeah.
And then we can get into all the dirty details.
So, Mr. Chair, I just did bring up the January 28, 2011 Environmental Impact Report. And if you scan it, all the representations we as a town made have shortcomings in terms of what we are doing relative to what we committed. Are we working with the town of Eastham on the Nauset Estuary? I mean, I can go down the list in just a 5-minute scan. None of this is happening. So the town has taken these obligations on. I don't even think it's a question of staffing it. I think it's a question of look at our responsibilities and staff it. It's not a question.
Okay?
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Alan.
Good.
Okay. Number 7. You have a discussion on the fire station renovation. Who is going to feed us with information?
I think Jeff's going first, I think, right? Fire chief?
222. Robust meeting.
What's that?
It's a robust meeting tonight, boy.
That's for sure.
Oh, back to the PowerPoint.
Okay, so more
222.
more slides.
Yeah, I'm just looking at like, your no, I'm just.
My
looking at-
numbers are the packet.
Okay,
numbers,
yeah.
Yeah, I
always.
know you.
I'm packet
I
number.
never
Well,
line
that's
up
the only way I
with
can
yours.
find the page
You'll
during
get
the
it with
meeting.
power. Just not
Jeff, do you want the lights on again?
Not yet, Andrea. It's when
You
Ted
tell me when.
presents, he'll need it. But All right.
Am I throwing you off, Mark?
No, I just, because there's been other meetings, not just tonight, but other meetings, and I know that there's a couple of iterations of the packet, and the one I look at, usually, the page numbers are different than the ones other people are talking about, so.
So, do you look at the bottom there in the center?
So just so you know, when we update the packet, we eliminate the old one, and you only have one packet in your folder. So
Yeah,
you should
no,
all
but we're
have the
looking
same
at
one.
page numbers.
So I
Yeah.
get something like this.
Yeah, so I get 21 of 207, but there's page 2, right? Then, because otherwise in the meeting, I can't find the page.
Yeah.
How come you don't have the other, you have a page number under there?
Page
Yeah.
135 there, but that's.
That's so weird.
So I don't know why.
Yeah, that's, I mean,
is
it
that?
does, it shouldn't paginate different on your iPad than on your iPad, so that's weird. They all start at 1, and it's all in cumulative order, so.
Yeah.
Okay, Jeff,
All
Okay.
right.
Sorry.
floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the current and future needs of the fire station and the fire department. Special thanks to Ron Collins and Ted Galante and Associates for their help with the project to this point. We're here tonight to discuss the fire station feasibility study progress and look to you for some guidance on the next steps. Following my comments, Facilities Manager Ron Collins will discuss some of the process and history of the fire station project. And then after Ron, the Galante Architectural Studio will discuss the findings of the existing conditions report, the fire station feasibility study. It's important to recognize tonight that the fire department's a critical service to our community, providing emergency response, and that response time must be quick and with the proper resources to mitigate any emergency. We're continuously building on improving that service delivery for the people we serve. Over the last 2 years, the fire department has completed a staffing study that references our fire station facility. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. We've completed our strategic plan that also references our facility needs, HVAC study, and now we're working through the comprehensive station feasibility study. As you well know, our town and our fire department is changing. The services we are tasked with providing, the number and type of responses, our staffing needs, regulatory and training requirements are all very dynamic. We as a fire department have to keep up and plan, and ultimately the fire department must have the best, most efficient, quick response for whatever emergency occurs. Our citizens demand and deserve that. First and foremost, providing those high-quality emergency services is our firefighters. Every day they're on the front lines of all sorts of emergencies, serving the people with pride and compassion. Firefighting and medical care are occupations with hazards. The pandemic has only magnified the stresses of infectious disease hazards and having proper equipment and decontamination facilities in the fire station. Firefighters have a significantly higher cancer risk than most of the population. Most of that exposure is from carcinogens at fires, but also as well in the fire station from diesel exhaust. Fitness and health are essential to firefighters, and having a proper workout and training facilities at the station will help ensure the readiness of our firefighters going forward. The current fire station, which was built in 1987, predates many of the requirements to support advancements in emergency response technologies and building codes. The overwhelming number of deficiencies will not allow us to adapt to future growth and demands for service. As call volume increases and housing costs skyrocket, we're going to have to look at a different model of staffing, and we need to make sure we have the appropriate space to do that within the facility. There's a number of projects coming up in the community that will affect how we respond and the services that we'll need to provide. Right now, one of the biggest obstacles to meeting the community's expectations and achieving future fire department goals is the existing fire station. It does not and will not meet the basic needs or support the critical functions of a modern, efficient fire department. Our community deserves the best fire department, and our firefighters deserve a healthy, safe environment to work in that's focused on rapid response. I'm thankful to the board and to the citizens for their ongoing support to the fire department. At this point in time, I'm going to turn it over to Ron. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening again, Ron Collins. So in your packet, I just put together, I call it the progress report, where we've been. And it's been almost 2 years. It was September 4th, 2019, where we really started to pick up momentum on addressing the needs of the fire station. And so I went back to my notes that I keep of all the select board events. And one of the first things that I said in there was the lack of outside air is a key factor on why the building was in a negative pressure. And the topics of that evening were air quality and accessibility, fresh air and accessibility. And so the lack of fresh air was one of them. And so at the conclusion of that meeting, there was direction given to go out and solicit a designer to address those deficiencies. And so with that, there was a team put together, fire department, myself, and we went out and selected McRitchie Engineering, who had a sub-consultant, Ted Galante of the Galante Architecture Studios. On February 5th of 2020, we received a report regarding the deficiencies of the HVAC system. That was really the primary goal of that report. But Ted was hired because to construct those, or to work on those deficiencies, we had to look at access in the attic and the potential for architectural implications. And so what actually happened was Ted did a little bit more than just look in the attic. He did an overall assessment of the facility, and that was a significant part of the February 5th meeting. I do want to go back to one thing. I went back and watched the video, and in that McRitchie report was discussion regarding issues with the main electrical wiring. And Kevin?
I remember it.
Right. That was how the meeting concluded, that you were bringing it up to Brian Owens, the engineer, that we got to pay attention to that. We didn't have a design at that time, but I did chip away at it, and I want to report back that the last thing I want to do was spend more taxpayer dollar money on fixing something that was created with taxpayer dollars. And so I have to say hats off to Fall River Electrical Associates, who's done a lot of work for us. We're talking over 10 years, and yes, there were problems. And I got them to come back, and they did the work for free.
Thank you.
And not only that, but they advocated for another change that was identified as a deficiency that the engineer acknowledged was an oversight on their part or overkill. So we ended up with a $7,200 credit when we did the HVAC work. So we made money on that one. So the reason why I bring that up is the continuation of that February 5th meeting was the ultimate goal of putting in the fall town meeting $400,000 to go address the HVAC work. And so I want to say that as of today, we spent $307,655, rounding off to the nearest dollar, to complete that work. And we basically checked off the goal, and that was to add additional outside fresh air. We put in an air handler. It's in a awkward position, but between Chief Jeff Daring and myself, we thought it was the best location to minimize noise to the staff. And we took a window out of the meeting room and ran the ductwork through it. And to me, that was a key item, because we eliminate a lot of structural implications. Penetrating through a block wall, which we learned subsequently that block wall has a asbestos-containing mastic on it. So the work was completed. And also in the October Halloween town meeting was Article 13, Fund Feasibility Study for Fire Station Renovation / Addition. And so we were charged as a town to go out and solicit designers. We had a 5-member team. Citizen Tom Finan was on that selection committee. George Meservey, town planner, was on it. Deputy Chief Tim Gula, Chief Jeff Daring, and myself. And so what we noticed along the way, one of the first things we did is we recommended that the designers come and tour the facility before they submit their qualifications. to me, that's just a convenient way of having a pre-meeting meeting with the designers. And so each one of the 5 applicants who walked through the facility had their own ideas on the magnitude. And it was a general consensus that this is a much bigger project than a simple addition, which we, when Ted came back in February of that year, the thrust was HVAC improvements and not necessarily a grand scheme for redoing the building. But as we dug into the feasibility study, we interviewed those 5 people, 5 firms informally. And then Ted, through the selection committee, was hired again as the most advantageous designer. And I would say that nothing has occurred since then till now that diminishes the level of improvements that we need to make to that facility. And just going back to the original September meeting of 2019, I used the term cascading effects. And I said, prior to undertaking significant HVAC, that's heating, ventilating, and air conditioning improvements, the building envelope must be improved to meet the current green communities / stretch code conservation requirements. And that's just one aspect of meeting code requirements when you make a modification to a building. And in that same meeting of 2 years ago, I said that the building is assessed at $2,147,800. And when you take on modifications of a building that exceeds 30% of the value of that building, you have to bring it up to full accessibility compliance. So that's a cascading effect. We're trying to achieve modifications to make the operation better for facilities, but also there's other things that are required. And then also, when you start to modify existing structure components to make those modifications, those too have to be brought up to full compliance. And so it's the cascading of issues that make this a much more complex mission than just putting on a simple addition. Because once you put that addition on, tie it into a building, you're then improving that original building. So where are we today? So in the RFQ, the request for qualifications, I envisioned that it was a much bigger task than just a renovation with an addition. And so the RFQ has 3 milestones. Number 1 is an assessment of existing conditions. Number 2, based on those existing conditions, would be a development of building models. 2 was what was envisioned. And then the 3rd milestone would be the refinement of the conceptual design. And so to achieve all those 3 milestones, we need incremental approval from the Select Board Committee and the community. There's no way that we could go and do an assessment of this building, come up with a couple of models, and then pick one on our own without getting approval from the town community and the Select Board. And so I summarized in my progress report, I said it's incumbent on elected officials to consider the options and seek community approval to complete the subsequent milestones. So Ted and his company have only been hired to achieve milestone number 1, and that is the assessment of existing conditions. And that's where we are tonight. And so I think we've talked about these issues along the way. We talked about the significance of trying to maintain a first responder facility while complete major modifications to a building. And I think that the pictures of the wastewater treatment plant were really a great foretelling of a project that would occur on this site. It's not just a building, and I know it's not the right term, but I call it's the bomb blast around the building for construction operations. And you cannot conduct 24/7 first responder operations when you're doing construction work. We found out with our $400,000 HVAC project, on any given day, we had maybe 4 construction workers on it. But, they're banging in the ceiling, we're shutting off the power, we're doing all these different operations. And I think it was a great primer for staff to understand, okay, we need to really take a close look at that. And one thing I want to bring up, I don't want to steal too much thunder from Ted's presentation, but we know real-time dollar values right now. The city of Greenfield in Western Mass is doing a similar size project, and they have a temporary facility that they're constructing right now. And already they've exceeded $2 million for the construction of that facility. Ted's doing a temporary station in Cambridge, exceeding $3.5 million. And it's different than the police station temporary structure we had, because number one, they didn't have overnight staffing, they did not have the cells, and they did not have to house their vehicles and keep them electrically charged, and in some cases with compressed air 24/7 when they're not in operation. And those things are required, and that's why you get a much more expensive temporary facility. With that, I think I'm going to turn it over to Ted, and I think he'll reinforce some of the things that we've thought about in the last 2 years.
Thanks, Ron. Good evening. I'm Ted Galante from the Galante Architecture Studio. And I'm just going to go through a few slides and talk about the building and the site. But I think as has been pointed out, the facility was designed at a time when the fire services were thought of a little bit differently. I don't think it was known at the time that the fire station itself can be an incubator for carcinogen transfer, and that's a recently developed bit of information. It was built at a time when codes were a bit more lenient, and with materials that are we now know are not so healthy, right? So fundamentally, the mastic on the building is there's a fair amount of asbestos within the mastic of the building. So that's one fundamental piece of what we have to work with, and modifying that would obviously require a lot of abatement before we did any work there. So those are some of the key issues. But the site, the building is at Eldridge Parkway, as you know, and the building sits a few hundred feet off of Eldridge Parkway with a single lane drive going up to, I don't know if there's a pointer anywhere, I guess not entirely, but the arrows are showing two-way traffic on a single drive, as opposed to how we would like it to be, two drives, one for emergency vehicles, one for civilian vehicles, right? The building is from 1987. The topography of the building, of the site, is fairly complicated, right? There's because there's so much differentiation in elevation, the apparatus, the fire trucks are parked on the lower level, and the ambulances are parked on an upper level. So ambulances have to kind of come down a hill before they go back up a hill, and the fire trucks are in sort of a valley that have to come up a hill. And there's a lot of traveling, a lot of snow removal that make it a little bit difficult to maneuver on the site. The site is bounded on all sides by a school and some private property down in the lower bottom left of the slide. I think there's a dentist's office there, and then the fields on the other side. The building is on the entrance side. It's a single story. On the front of the building, it's two-story, but it's really this kind of tri-level, as Ron's been calling it, where we have multiple floors on the inside that are really cumbersome and difficult. There's about an acre and a half building and paved area. Again, it's 400 feet back from Eldridge Parkway to the bend in the access road, not to the actual building. So the building is quite far away. The deficiencies are numerous, right? The simple level, the entrance to the building is not handicapped accessible, right? It just should be, and doesn't meet current day code, right? So that's a simple one. The interim HVAC, located to as Ron talked about, manage the noise and such, but it's in a place that's not great for the building. The fire department is using storage pods on the back of the building, which are not in great shape. They're rusting away, and what's inside those storage pods is getting damaged and deteriorating, right? So just a fundamental, a lot of people overlook storage or try and save money and not put in storage, and it ends up costing in the long run quite a bit of money, because not only is the storage have to be rented, but then what's inside gets damaged. As I said, there are multiple grade changes on site, and a lot of snow and ice buildup as a result, making it very difficult to maneuver the size vehicles, the ambulances, at the speed and at the pace, get out the door safely, get back to house safely, right? Returning to quarters safely for the first responders is as important as getting to an event safely, and then taking care of people. So that's a piece. The school property, I talked about the single lane here. If there's an accident on that lane, whomever made the initial call is going to have to wait, because we don't have a way of getting a vehicle off of this property again until that accident is cleared. And hopefully there's an ambulance in the existing building that can tend to that accident. So it's just common day firefighting or emergency services. We're always putting in 2 lanes to make sure that emergency vehicles have their path and others have theirs. The existing generators, is natural gas, and in a green community, this is something that needs to be talked about, but it's best for emergency services buildings to have diesel standalone generators so that the building can be up and operational if anything were to happen to the gas system. Impact resistant, impact protective systems. The building is not designed in that way. Today, this building would be designed to withstand a 2x4 blowing through the air at up 110 miles an hour, right? So that's it's an impact resistant structure, would be an impact resistant structure. The roof slopes directly toward the apparatus bays, and there is snow and ice buildup problems at those doors. The doors don't always close easily. There's a man door just to the right of these apparatus bay doors, and it gets caked with snow and ice in the winter, and they're not really able to open that door without some snow removal. And this wasn't the slide to talk about it, but there is, where that fire truck is sitting should be all concrete, right? For the town's taxpayers' investment, those trucks are expensive, and they get beat to heck when they're bouncing on asphalt, because asphalt sinks a lot faster than concrete. So, and concrete is much safer. So that entire 50 feet in front of the building should be what's known as an apron. It's a concrete apron. And oftentimes we heat the first 10 feet of that apron to manage snow and ice, so that at an apparatus bay door, whether it's an overhead door like as in this case, or a bifolding door, it's very easy to open without snow and ice buildup in front of the building. So that roof slope and that condition is not insignificant. The hose tower, was a nice decoration. It's no longer necessary. Cotton hoses are used in the Midwest. Some fire stations use them for brush fires, but they're not necessary here. And so that's just sort of a waste of space on the inside when we talk about the inside a little bit. The apparatus bay doors on the right-hand side, you're looking at the ambulance bays that are up the hill. The low point is 10'6", which is very low for an ambulance bay door. On the left-hand side of the photo is the apparatus bay door, which are the doors on the left side of this photo. Those are 11'6". Normally, in today's firefighting world, apparatus is only getting larger all the time, and we put in 14-foot by 14-foot doors. In places where we cannot do that, like Cambridge, Ron mentioned, the city has to buy custom-made fire trucks, adding even more money to an already incredibly expensive piece of equipment. So that's something that we want to think about. There's a lack of space in the building, and so rescue boats are stored outside, again, further adding further expense. When the hydrant is used for training, there's a fire hydrant in the back of the building, that causes low pressure at the Orleans Elementary School, right? So there's a water pressure problem when there's training. No concrete apron, I talked about that. The drive aisles are a little bit tight in the back of the building, should be a little bit wider if they could be. So that's kind of site deficiencies. Building deficiencies, again, the multi-level component of this makes it a little bit tricky, but the right-hand side of the slide is at grade in this case, and on the left-hand slide, it's all below grade. The self-contained breathing apparatus is a compressor that produces a significant amount of noise. That should be in its own room, isolated for sound and for cleanliness and for hygiene from the rest of the apparatus bay or other part of the building. Really, it's a support space to an apparatus bay and shouldn't be directly part of the apparatus bay. The same thing with the laundry facilities. Domestic laundry, this is the only domestic laundry machine, the one on the left, in the building. There should be a domestic laundry machine in the living quarters where people can wash a uniform that gets soiled or a bed sheets or something like that, or the uniform can be washed here if it has contaminants on it and not mixed with the domestic laundry. The laundry machine on the right is really an extractor, and that's where the turnout gear, the firefighters' equipment, is washed. Those should be in their own isolated area, and there should be a separate laundry system for all the domestic laundry in the other part of the building. Ice machine. Chief Daring mentioned that carcinogens, that firefighters have the largest rate of cancer. This ice machine is used for various reasons in loading ice into fire trucks. There's a pot on top of it, and I'm hoping nobody's using that pot. But this is in the apparatus bay, and those ice cubes have carcinogens in them. So that's something that really needs to be thought through. The fire trucks go to an event, they come back, they go in the house, and that's why this is a hot zone, right? This is a risk of carcinogen transfer. The HVAC should be designed to manage the hot zone. The connections, the physical connections, there should be doors at both levels of any kind of airlock. We're basically creating airlocks wherever we can. This building does not have any of those airlocks. There is, I think this photo is actually of the room on the bottom left-hand side of the slide, not where the G is lit up. But anyway, it's an EMS supply closet that I don't know how anyone finds anything in there. And so again, storage has either been taken over as the building has evolved or was inadequately designed. Truck repair is inadequate. There's not a lot of space for repairs. When you repair a fire truck, you have to lift the ladder up at a certain height and then tilt the cab up, and so we need 22 feet to the to some point in the room where we can do that. That can't happen in this fire station. The turnout gear is stored on the apparatus floor, which does not conform to NFPA standards. It should be in its own room with its own floor drain and its own exhaust system in a healthy way to protect our firefighters. One of the more egregious pieces in the building is on the right-hand side is the athletic equipment, the fitness area. Firefighters are occupational athletes. They need to be fit to go perform their duty. They're carrying heavy people, equipment, hoses, etc. And so keeping them fit is fantastic. Having them work out in an area where the carcinogens are laden on the walls from previously having an inadequate vehicle extraction system and having them around fire trucks is just really not fantastic in any possible way. The floor drains in the building fill up routinely, they back up routinely, and they currently drain into the septic leaching field and not into a tight tank as they really should. The vehicle exhaust extraction system, those yellow hoses, was installed in 2009. Prior to that, earlier, there was some other system that wasn't as efficient, and the walls are stained with soot from that time. Furthermore, the way the exhaust system was installed is in the base of the hose tower, and it was installed for convenience but not for consideration of storage in a building that really needs storage. Again, the hose tower, the drain is easily overwhelmed. It's probably not designed very well. Backs up, and then there's the door blocked with snow and ice on the top right of the floor plan. So that's the lower level. The upper level, The ambulance bays are on the left-hand side of the slide now, and the living quarters are on the right-hand side. And there's some general dimensions there. The first aid room has been repurposed for EMS coordination, and now there's first aid equipment next to the reception area and not really in a private area in any way. There's a public restroom, which is not really MAAB compliant. It's directly across from the reception area, and it's not only a privacy issue, it's I would argue a security issue, and it's also a real inconvenient distraction with odors traveling from one place to another. So there's a number of sort of issues that come up with that. The kitchen is not MAAB compliant. MAAB means Massachusetts Architectural Access Board compliant, so it's not handicap compliant as we would call it, right? And so there, a person in a wheelchair cannot use this kitchen. They cannot get to the sink. They cannot use the stove. They cannot reach the cabinets. So that's something that would need to be changed, or a variance would need to be put in place. But moreover, this room is ripe for collisions. The oven door is open. There's a call, and somebody's running by. That's an injury waiting to happen in our mind. The training room is at the bottom right-hand side of the slide. It looks nice and spacious in the floor plan because we don't show all the things that the department has to store in there. And so that training room has really become a storeroom with occasional clearing out for small meetings. But firefighters like needing, and I don't mean just firefighters, first responders, like needing fitness areas. They also need places to sit and train and learn new technologies and learn how to handle a patient when there's a pandemic and all of these things. And so that's classroom training that's done. And this would be, fire stations usually have a room for that to happen for at least 30 people is sort of the target number, depending on the size of the size of the department. None of the restrooms are handicapped accessible. I don't quite know what just happened. There we go. Okay. None of the restrooms are handicapped accessible. Let's see, the women have to go, you have to go through a room to get to the women's room, and then the women's room goes into the men's locker room, which is a little bit curious just in terms of circulation. No laundry facilities, I talked about that, but laundry facilities would be necessary up here. The door height, the ceiling height, I talked about that in the apparatus levels. Stairway, this is just the top side of the stairway. The photo's a little bit dark, but on the top left is the day room, and so there's really no airlock between the apparatus bay and the day room, and it's also used for tons of storage. The same with the pole hole. This one is currently not used. We do still put them in fire stations where we've put them in many places, but when we do, they're sealed in a way that's proper for not only fire safety, but also for firefighter safety and for to block carcinogen transfer in any way. Turnout gear on the upper level, again against NFPA standards. This is the EMS medical supply space on the EMS floor. And the door swings open to hit the only decon sink, and the door doesn't open all the way. And a decon sink is really a two or three bay stainless steel sink. And imagine, an ambulance comes back after a car accident, and they need to wash the backboard, and they need to get it out of the ambulance and rinse it somewhere. That's all done in a decontamination area where all the contaminants can be properly placed, as opposed to rinsed outside on the pavement, especially in the winter and the ice. And so there's really no decontamination area in the fire station, and the fire department has had to make do in a way that, with a door hitting the sink, it's just not. So the shift captain's office is now being used as a bunk room, but was not designed that way. The dispatch area is no longer used, and quite a waste of space. Moreover, I think there were larger bunk rooms. It used to be that they were firemen, and they all slept in one big bunk room. Well, now there are firefighters, and we have individual bunk rooms, and these bunk rooms were divided up. Well, these bunk rooms don't have any windows, natural ventilation, or and have a series of code violations, and are less quality than most dorm rooms you'd see today. So that's something to think about. I talked about the hose tower. The reception area is not really MAB compliant. The interior and the exterior of the day room is really not, there's not really, there's no vestibule, there's no airlock there. That would be, that air infiltration is a little bit of an issue on that side. Vehicles can't really come out and back down the slope of the ambulances can't back down the slope in the winter. They have to go around the back of the building to get there. Storage is tucked in every corner in the building, and yeah, we can all shed some storage and lose some things, but this is not just a cleanup problem. The fire department needs to store certain things and use them in certain times, and these are some of the places. You can't go through this firehouse and get to an apparatus without going up or down some sets of steps, finding your turnout gear somewhere, and then getting into the vehicle and going. It's one of the more significant issues to slow down any of the first responders trying to get to whatever emergency they may be tending to. And again, it impacts insurance rates, it impacts their NFPA standing, it impacts any number of, the ISO standing, impacts any number of things. NFPA standards have, there are guidelines for when a certain vehicle should be at certain scenes, and this building slows that down. I talked about the locker room, and the path is through the male and female bathrooms, just poor circulation. The kitchen is more than problematic, I think, but the path is difficult. The day room is kind of the center. It's kind of a hub for all kinds of traffic, which is just disruptive if someone's trying to relax, if they've had a stressful event. Firefighters, first responders go through a lot of stressful events. They need downtime. Psychologically, they need downtime. A plan like this does not allow for that. I talked about the odors and the distraction, repurposing of the offices, and then really the lack of any kind of separation. This drawing should be red, yellow, and green. There is no yellow because there's no real separation, no buffer zone, right? And so the red is the critical, the hot zone, the yellow is the transition, and the green is the safer zone. And we put the green where there are doors because we can close those spaces, but nowhere else, right? And so that's an issue, and this is the same drawing on the lower level. So that's the overall set of issues with the site and the facility. I know I went through them very quickly. You guys have been here for a long time, and I think you probably have more business to take care of after we're finished. But I open it up for questions or discussion or for others.
Mr. I'll just jump in one quick one. Ted and Chief Ron, thank you for this detail. No matter how long we sit here, we needed to hear this.
Yeah.
The public needed to hear this. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So there's going to be no sort of suggestion about where we would be headed in this whole process?
I think Ron will say, we're not in a position to do that. We do have suggestions about where to go next. One of them, Ron hinted at, the cost of a temporary facility is something that, in my mind, the building you have now is the temporary facility, right? And there needs to be a new facility placed somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Spending at $2 million or so on a temporary facility for the 18 months it would take to build a new building or to renovate this building is not wise use of money. And so efficient use of taxpayer dollars is what this would be about. Keeping that building for an 18-month, 2-year period while the new building was being built, have them move, and then obviously have a plan as to what to do with that building once they move, but that's how we would approach the project. Absolutely.
So where do we go from here? at a minimum, we have to go back to the October 31st town meeting in the limited scope of that feasibility study. And what I'm hoping was conveyed tonight is the entirety of all the deficiencies cannot be handled by simply just doing a renovation project. And so what I think we need to address tonight, and I don't know if it's a formal vote, but we should take the first step of going back to town meeting in the fall and expanding the scope to look at, expanding it to looking at a replacement facility, whether it's on existing or on another piece of property.
Andrea?
Ron, would you say it's fair to say that in 1987, maybe the chief would have a comment, that the building did its best to address the demands of the program to support the services, and that today in 2021, that the program does not support even the safe conduct, the habitation of the staff, much less respond to the job as defined in 2021?
So, a couple of things. 1987 predates modern building codes, seismic, storm impact. So there's structure modifications that have to be required. And also, when you go through the facilities assessment, right now, do we have 5 bunk rooms? So we have 5, and we need to get to 10. And so there's a doubling of size. The existing facility right now is about 11,000 square feet. And when you look at modern, I'm going to say current era fire stations all on the outer Cape, each one of them is roughly 22,000 square feet. And it's for comparable size facilities. So to put, so that would be doubling the size. It sounds kind of trivial, but the fire station doesn't even have its own fire protection system. And that's required for any building over 7,500 square feet, which is already there. However, that was not the case back in 1987. So code drivers, the expansion of staff right now, doubling the size of the staff, the development of hopefully some key affordable housing projects in town. Also, the first responder care facility going up on 286A. All those things are drivers for, increased staff needs. And then you also have to look at the facility right now. And, I think this has been addressed by the chief and earlier. We're in a competing market for key personnel. And if we can't deliver with salary in a first responder facility that's in current needs, that also puts pressure on our long-term commitments.
Mr. Chair, I've got 3 before I forget them. Number 1, I just want to say I'd be in full support of Ron's asking that we do a scope change or whatever it is to satisfy, the support we need from town meeting in the fall, that it's looking at replacement, basically new construction. The second thing is there are a list of deficiencies that Ted went through: the carcinogenic transfer, the mastic containments containing asbestos. I assume with that one, as long as you don't touch it, you're okay. But you do have soot that's been built up in certain surfaces that, why wouldn't we just put a contractor together to clean those bloody walls and get that stuff out of there? And number 4 is the ice machine location. Is there not a way that we can resolve some of these short-term things? Because I do not want our folks to have any potential that we could eradicate an impact now. So I just put those out there. But I think, we've got to make it clear to the folks that, rely on their services, that they need a facility that works. This does not work for our needs.
Just sort of this ties into that a little bit. If you were, Ron, if you were going to project out what you think is a reasonable timeline for the various steps that we have to go through and meet a pretty pressing need. What are we talking about here? I heard 18 months for construction, and we're gonna have to, are we gonna have two steps here? Are we gonna have to have a fall town meeting and then one in the spring that gets to final design kind of thing?
Right, so right now in the CIP that was approved last summer, there was $750,000 in for FY '22 for design, and then FY '23 had $5 million for construction. So we know we're not even on that time frame. So certainly the fall would be the expansion of the feasibility study, and to ultimately do those milestones 2 and 3. And so that will be an incremental approval by the Select Board and the community. Are we gonna go to a new facility? Are we gonna go to another piece of property? And so as that goes on, and then milestone 3 would be the refinement of a model. And I would hope that after spending almost $100,000, that is the playbook to go to the future. The last thing we wanna do is go through all that effort, get community approval, and then put it on the shelf and say, no, we'll do something different. So.
Just another
That's where
quick one,
we're
Mr. Chair.
at.
So we know in the CIP is a 5 million placeholder. I mean, we've got enough evidence from Chatham, Brewster, Wellfleet, Harwich, Dennis, to make that 15. I mean, it's a no-brainer to me. Is fall town meeting the time to say, folks, this is coming.
Yeah.
We gotta be realistic. That's the whole point of the CIP, is to inform, educate, and let's start to share what we're feeling. I'm feeling terrible about this. When I read the report Friday night, both the chief and Ron got an email from me. I mean, we have got to move on this.
Just tour the facility. I mean, Jeff took me through last year, and the conditions are appalling.
Yeah.
Just one more thing to consider. If we were to stay in that original footprint, there's no way of getting around easily the tri-level configuration. And Ted touched on that. You've got to go through a staircase for every single first responder facility. So that's one issue. But if you were to undertake, a multi-million-dollar temporary facility, you're spending many months just to do that facility before you even put a bucket in the ground at the original site. So there's the cost escalation that goes up that excluded by just doing the temporary facility.
Yeah, right. I mean, just speaking for myself, I mean, I don't think that the need, I agree with 100%. It's
But
just.
so the timing would be, if things progressed well and we got community support, we would then go back out in this, the annual town meeting for design services, design and owner's project management services.
So what do you want from us tonight, I guess, is the question.
So there's another step here.
Yeah.
We don't have another piece of property.
We know
So Ron and I had some discussions, and that's for another night. So there's you can't do a final design without a site. So there is an intermediate step. So you can do things there's a design requirement. It's a 12-month process for a final design.
9 to 12.
Okay. Then there's the 18 months for construction, and then obviously, what you need to do in the fall, because it was limited to a renovation and/or addition.
Right.
Can't use the money beyond what we've done to date. So you want the scope expanded
That's right.
to look at a new facility, understanding we don't have a site located. We need to have some conversations about a potential site and the type of communication it would require to get to that next step. So we could do all that now. You go to town meeting in the fall, we can change the design number. We can increase it to 15, 16 million, whatever is the appropriate placeholder number, so people start to get warmed up to the fact this is not a Band-Aid job. This is a new facility you need. And then I think if we are able to address the acquisition over the same time period, you could do that in a parallel fashion with trying to go to town meeting for design money. But it's going to require, if the initial discussion doesn't pan out, then we're going to have to acquire a piece of property. And that's something that right now there are not a lot of vacant lots, especially not near Eldridge Parkway, because if you ask the chief, a central location like we have now is paramount. So we're very limited in terms of what's available, so, but we do have some ideas.
If you have somebody in the audience who wants.
Yes, please.
Hi, Erica O'Reilly, and I'm treasurer of Not Sit Together Weekend and the manager of the Finch Skate Park on Eldridge Parkway. And I just wanted to briefly address what John Kelly was talking about in terms of the proximity of the skate park to the fire station. And I know that I think we're all in agreement that it's a very important project and it obviously takes precedence, but to the extent that the skate park may or may not be impacted in site choice, I just wanted to make sure that it's given consideration.
It will be.
Yes. Thank you.
So back to tonight.
Right.
What is it that we need to do
I
tonight?
think we, consensus of the board that you'd like to go to the fall town meeting, change the scope of work. We'll add it to your list of articles, the board will vote it, and it's a simple, I believe it'll be a simple majority vote because it really doesn't change the purpose for which the money was borrowed. It simply just identifies that it can include a new building. So I think that would be really tonight, if you're in agreement, I think that's really all they're looking for.
So not a vote, just a...
Motion?
Just
Do you need a motion?
Well, I think, well, it's not on the agenda for you to, discussion possible vote. So I think if you want to vote to place an article in the fall town meeting to change, to expand the scope of work on the feasibility study to include a new facility.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion?
Only
Further
thing,
comment?
between now and then, John, would it be between you and maybe Ron to kind of work on those site dynamics? I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I think we have to have some conversations with the board. And I'll leave it at that. But I think let's leave it at that, and we'll figure out how to broach that conversation and have that initial meeting and make sure that everybody's aware of what we're thinking of, and how we might be able to do it.
I think that's going to be the biggest challenge.
Exactly.
Yes. Yes.
Tom, did you want to say something?
Actually, after your vote, I just want to
Yeah,
make a
we're in the
comment
middle of
looking
a vote.
forward. That's
Okay.
okay.
So, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
4-0.
So, a question came up, if I may, Mr. Chair, and it's really just, moving forward. I think the case was made extremely well this evening, outstanding presentation, well detailed, that's been stated. But I guess my question is, moving forward, okay, someone said, what do we do at the annual? Okay, so I guess kind of my question is for Ron Ted, in all of this, in future sites, et cetera, do we have enough time from late October to get to a warrant printing period, those number of months, 4 months, 5 months, maybe, to get to an article for full design? Or do we need is there enough time to do that? Is that our goal to do that? To get to that point? I mean, I think everyone in the room wants to expedite this process, but looking at the reality of how long it takes to design these things and go through a lot of these processes, is there an intermediate step? I just think it's worth a discussion.
So what has to happen is we need to have a negotiation with Gallant Studios on what a design fee proposal would look like. I think at that point, I think that is doable to have that number in a warrant that goes to press in the beginning of April. I think at this point, that becomes a not to exceed number. So I think be subject to negotiation what the final. What has to happen now is we go to the next step of the feasibility study. What do you think the completion is on the phase 2 of the study, which obviously is to identify everything that needs to be in a station that's not there now? But you've done enough of these to have a ballpark of what it's going to cost, so I think we should be able to do that.
Yeah, I think we can certainly unpack phases 2 and 3 of the study by the fall town meeting, and we'll know the size of the building, the projected size of the building. The feasibility study will fundamentally have a design, right?
Mhm.
And then programmatically, site, et cetera. And from that, we can get to
Yeah.
a figure for the April town meeting, yes. The annual town meeting.
The question about like master planning with a capital M, since we're aware that there's also a recreation community feasibility study going on, and that there might be some moving parts in this, whether it's a displacement of the skate park, but I guess I'm looking for, again, to kind of shift our point of view and optimal the synergy of how we might think about the future of these connected facilities and public use impacts as we go about this, because nothing is happening in a silo on this very coveted acreage in town.
So first of all, the skate park is on the Nauset Regional School property.
I know.
Fire station is on Orleans property, so that's
All
part.
benefit residents.
That's part of the future discussion we
Right.
need to have. Because ultimately, we have to deal with what's at hand. So this is a feasibility study that was already authorized. It's moving forward, but we realize what we have won't work, and we need to expand it. So, but I think we can talk about those other issues, because that involves a discussion with the Nauset Regional School Committee.
I just want to say one thing. I told Ted the other night on the phone in blunt language, I said, after tonight, you're out of work until we get consensus on what happens at that fall town meeting. And so site selection, scope of work, he can't really do anything more until we give him direction.
You mean money?
No, we had $100,000, and with Ted's sub-consultants that have inspected the building, right now we're at $48,000. We spent $2,000 on a site survey with Ryder and Wilcox, so we've got $50,000 basically ready to go. Ted and I talked about the other night. That should be sufficient to complete those 2 milestones, 2 and 3. And in those 2 milestones is an in-depth cost estimate, which will include design fees, owner project management fees, building development fee, owner's development costs, all that, so you have confidence going into the next step of engaging design services.
So are you saying that the warrant article in October will not be a money article, it'll just be a reauthorization
Right,
article?
Right.
Change of scope.
That's great.
That's
But, Mr.
what we
Chair,
talked about right now.
But, Mr. Chair, I do think that if we can make progress on site,
Yeah, yes,
Then-
on parallel track,
Yeah.
yes, before October,
there we go.
yes.
Anybody else? Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Ted. It's-
Thank you all very much. Thank you.
John, you want to sort of take us through?
Yes,
the next ones?
very simple compared to everything else we've been doing tonight. So we have a couple of items. There's a Wetlands Protection Fund request, so this is the application fees that are paid for projects that go into a separate fund. It's under the control of the Conservation Commission. It can only be spent with the approval of the Select Board. So they are doing their hybrid meetings like we are doing, and they want to have a laptop at the meeting so that Janelle can still walk the board through all of the different plan reviews and basically access the packet and do all of that.
SEBA, I'm sorry, did we skip SEBA?
We did, but that's
That's okay,
fine.
let's finish this one.
Oh, I'm sorry, I went right to 9 instead of number 8. I was
Mr.
looking,
Chair,
okay.
how about this? I move that we approve the
Do it.
Conservation Commission's request to spend
Thank
up
you.
to $1,200 from the Wetlands Fund to purchase a laptop, consistent with John Janelle's request of August 3rd, 2021.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
But thank you. And then back to the other
Quick.
one. Cibo Italian Kitchen and Market, they're looking for 2 one-day licenses for beer and wine on August 27th, 21, and September 5th, 21, and my recommendation is that you would vote to approve.
Want me to read the whole thing?
Just one question. Is it my imagination, or did we just do something for Chibo? Like
A
in
wine
the-
tasting day.
Right, different,
okay.
different events.
I don't remember when, but I know.
It would be good if you read it, because it has
Yeah,
all the
because
conditions in it, yes.
Michael Ford has
Yes.
instructed me on this.
That's right.
I will, I move that we approve 2 special one-day liquor licenses for SIBO, doing business as SIBO LLC, SIBO Italian Kitchen and Market, located at 15 Cove Road in Orleans, to serve beer and wine on August 27th, 2021, from 6 to 9 p.m., and on September 5th, 2021, from 4 to 7:30 p.m. for a wine tasting dinner. Each license is issued for 3 days to allow proper delivery and disposal of wine and malt beverages, subject to all licenses, bylaws, permits, and approvals, and in accordance with the Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 138, Section 14.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
That's it.
So,
And
yeah.
there's just liaison reports next, I think.
Anybody?
No.
Oh, Kevin looks like he's got something.
I put them together. Are we okay plowing through them? I mean, at this late hour? All right.
I don't have any place to go.
Oh, don't say that. Don't say that.
So, Historical Commission. You may have read in the property transfers, Nassau Marine purchased the Young House, the mansard at the corner of 28, 6A, and Canal. They did hear the request for tearing it down and considered whether demolition delay bylaw applied in this case. They ruled it does not. I didn't know this, and just to share a little info, that was originally not built with a mansard roof. It was a slate roof. It had been modified so many times that it really is not an example of repurposing and reuse in that area. The other thing quickly about Historic Commission, they are working very diligently on their architectural preservation area in East Orleans, so they're meeting again next week. The other thing, and I believe this is on the Nauset Estuary dredging, if you remember during our town annual information meeting, we had a request as to where we were on the draft expanded environmental notification form. Thanks to Charlie Carlson, working with John Kelly, as well as Jackie Beebe in Eastham, we have posted front and center an advisory notice that shares with the public. You know, we heard them in June, where we're going, kind of everybody knows where things are. The next item, I've got just 2 more, is Finance Committee last week. Do go to their website page. They voted a code of conduct that it could apply to any board and committee, including ourselves. So it's a great model. I think with a few tweaks, it could be broadened, maybe even between now, John, and the orientation meeting for committees, even just as a reference. I think they did it really nice.
Just on that subject, the charter review is also
They're talking about
getting
that,
into it
yeah.
too.
And the last item is just for our businesses, and we did vote a number of weeks ago, the Cape Light Compact Main Streets Initiative is set for September 7th to 9th. So you can either call now, or you'll be seeing Cape Light Compact folks going through Main Street, knocking on doors to businesses that might want to have their consult, and they will actually plan to install that day or those days energy efficiency measures at no cost to our businesses. That's what I've got.
Matt, can I ask one question? John, I don't know if you saw that through the Ask the Select Board request came in. The Dredge Advisory, kind of Nauset Estuary Group website is not actually completely up to date in terms of information. And, you know, between what you're working on and I didn't.
Oh, because we've tried to, the Nauset Estuary is under the Select Board's webpage.
Okay, can we just point people in that direction?
Yeah, because the Dredge Committee was sunsetted by the board
That's
last April. And so I think if we put a link on there, a reference back to, I can ask Sarah to do that.
That would be great.
Okay, because we wanted to have it in the same location
That's right.
as the town of Eastham.
Perfect. That was it.
I just have one quick one. Shellfish and Waterways Advisory Committee met Tuesday night, and I think, John, did you get the letters forwarded from them yet? One was on the potential for doing some maintenance dredging at Rock Harbor at the mouth of the harbor so you will get.
Shellfish and Waterways, I haven't seen anything
So
from them.
you will get from them.
Okay.
Which, it's shoaling up at the entrance to Rock Harbor by the breakwater and the boat ramp. It's pretty significant, and it's something that we need to engage Eastham with in terms of dealing with that. The second thing was the use of fertilizers on lawns and whatnot, that they wrote a letter, they approved the letter. I mentioned it a couple of weeks ago, and they've finalized and voted on the letter, so we'll also be getting that
Okay.
very shortly. Both of those, well, the one on the fertilizers, I think, is another one of those issues when I spoke with them Tuesday night, where we may be looking to, again, try and engage in a conversation with the Conservation Commission, the Select Board, and the Shellfish and Waterways people, and maybe even Saltwater, Freshwater Task Force, so that, again, everybody's on the same page as to, where we need to go and how we're gonna get there, and because it's one of those things that's been talked about in town forever and never acted on. And so, you look at all the mega mansions that are being built around here today, and you look at the lawns. My lawn doesn't look like anything like that. Something's happening.
If I could just follow up on that, John, one of the things that at least I've seen on other issues that come along is a good way of really communicating to property owners in town, because, when we get into fertilizers and pesticides, it's gonna be kind of a persuasive education kind of step, and being able to, and the property owners are the ones that hire the landscapers.
Right.
And they're not even on Cape Cod when all this work is being done.
But there's an advantage to that. I'm sorry, we have another way into that, too.
Well, I don't want to get into
I
how we do it.
know, I know,
But that idea of being able to communicate to property owners in a way that gets them to open the envelope is, I think, something we should try to figure out.
Can I tell you, at the first meeting of the Infrastructure and Hardscape Investment Task Force, it came up because of the grass strips that have been kind of planned by default along Old Colony Way. And not only are we looking at kind of the opportunity of those strips as mitigation of runoff, but because of the rain gardens and all the other things, pollinators, we don't have to just use grass here as a planting anymore. And that kind of, if the town leads by example in terms of alternatives, then our walk matches our talk. So it is rebounding in other places.
Anything else?
I would move we adjourn.
And our last item? I'll second that, quick.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
That's great.